MCPS Board of Trustees meeting. For those of you joining via Zoom, there are a few changes in the Zoom format for tonight's meeting. Only the Board of Trustees and their scheduled attendees' audio and video will be available until the designated public comment periods, where public participants will be unmuted and allowed to make up to a 3-minute comment. The chat function is not available for board meetings, as only comments made verbally will be part of the public record. We have disabled chat for the board meeting, so you'll only be able to, once the chair announces the opportunity for public comment, you'll be recognized in the order in which you raised your hand to make a public comment. Please identify the hand icon to raise your hand to be acknowledged that you will like to make a public comment. Individuals who have raised their hands will be listed in the participants area and will be unmuted and identified in the order you appear on that list. If you are calling into the board meeting and you wish to make a public comment, press *9 to raise your hand. The host will unmute you and identify you by the number displayed. The board chair will provide specific directions for public comments once we reach that section of the agenda. Thank you for your participation in tonight's board meeting. I will turn it over to Chair Lorenzen to start the meeting.
Well, good evening, everybody. I see we have the board plus there's 100 participants so far. So this is the call to order for the meeting. I'm going to do roll call tonight. I'm going to call the trustees individually, and I'm going to ask you how late you can stay, so that if there is a time constraint, we want to make sure you get your opportunity to vote on all the items. So Grace Decker.
Thanks, I'm present. And I don't have a hard stop, but I will be honest, somewhere between 9 and 10, it becomes difficult for all of us, especially after a long Zoom, to focus.
Okay, thanks. I'll put 10 o'clock. Cohen?
I'm here. I have to be at work at 8 in the morning.
Okay. Mike?
I'm here as well. I concur with those sentiments as well.
Okay. Jeff?
Here, and I'll stay as long as it takes.
All right. Vicky?
I'm here and as long as it takes.
Thank you. And I'm here as long as it takes. Jen?
I'm here. I'm good till 10ish. I was up early for work today, so I'm tired on the front end.
Okay. Willina?
I'm here and I have no time constraint.
Okay. Anne?
I'm here and I have no time constraints.
Okay, thank you. The other thing that might be different tonight, when we get onto a more controversial item, I will probably do a roll call vote. If it looks like it's general consensus and we all raise our hands, that'll be fine. But it just want to be sure that everyone gets included. So now it's time for the Pledge of Allegiance, and I believe Rob is going to do that.
I will. Can you hear me okay? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Rob. So in agenda item number 3, we review, revise, and approve the agenda. Are there any trustee requests to revise the agenda? So do we have a motion to approve the agenda? Not sure we need that. Thank you, Jeff. Is there a second? Thank you. Everyone in favor? Mike seconded. All in favor of approving the agenda, raise your hand. Kind of don't think we have to do that, do we, Bia? Okay, sorry.
Oh, you don't.
Okay, item 4, approve the minutes. So the minutes from the Board of Trustees regular board meeting of July 20th, 2021 are attached beginning on page 4. So are there any corrections or additions to the minutes? Seeing none, Cohen? No. Seeing none, is there a motion to approve the minutes? Moved by Trustee Decker, second by Trustee Oldperson. Any board discussion? Any public comment? I think that. Okay, all trustees in favor of approving the board minutes, please signify by raising your hand. And that is unanimous as to all trustees present. Thank you. Item 5 is public comment on non-agenda items. And that's 5A, and 5B is correspondence. So on public comment regarding non-agenda items, Superintendent Watson has given me some instructions to read. So I will just read those. For those wishing to provide public comment, this time has been set aside for anyone to provide general comments regarding a topic that is not part of the board agenda. If you wish to comment on an issue that is on the agenda, you will need to wait until that item is being discussed by the board. There will be an opportunity for public comment before the board makes any decision. Public comment is an opportunity to provide comment rather than asking questions of the board or administration. If you have specific questions, those should be directed to the administration at another time. When giving public comment, please clearly state your name and spell your last name if needed. Please keep your comments brief, no longer than 3 minutes. Your comments will become part of the public record. As such, please refrain from making comments about specific individuals or job positions, or comments that infringe on the confidentiality, privacy rights of any individuals. So with that being said, we will open it up to public comment on non-agenda items. And I guess, Paul, are you going to manage the traffic?
Yes, I'll be doing that. Our first one is Mark Livesay. I'm going to go ahead and unmute you, and you can go ahead and talk. You're a little faint, Mike.
Okay,
Or
I'll
Mark,
talk
sorry.
loud. I'll
Okay,
talk
thank
loud.
you.
Okay, so I just want to let you know that as far as scheduling the meeting and having a Zoom call, it's not on the agenda, but you've got a pretty large group of people standing out here in front of your building that wanted to be part of the meeting. And I think that it's pretty sad that we resort to a Zoom meeting when there's no other Zoom meetings being held. And all of a sudden there's a Zoom meeting because of the controversial nature of the content of this meeting. So I'll leave it at that.
Susan, you want to go ahead and unmute your mic? Susan Campbell. All right, Susan, we're going to go ahead and move on. We'll have another section for you to comment. Chair Lorenzen, that is all of the raised hands at this time.
Okay, thank you, Paul. That takes care of agenda item 5A. 5B is correspondence. Due to the large number of public comments received, comments may be reviewed on the website. There were 317 pages of comments, which we've read. There were also a few emails directly to the trustees. So all the trustees have had access to that, I believe. Nod. Okay, thank you. So agenda item number 6 is reports and announcements for information only. The first one is the report on the Health Insurance Trust Fund, which is included in the packet, and is the routine Health Insurance Trust Fund report for the month of July 2021, found on page 9. Do any trustees have questions for superintendent regarding that trust fund report? Okay, thanks. And then item 6B will be announcements from Superintendent Watson. So I'm going to mute again.
Okay, thank you, everyone. Hopefully you can hear me okay. I just would say that I don't have a lot of announcements this morning. Just a reminder to everyone that we do start school on August 30th. Pretty excited to welcome our kiddos back in school. I know our staff is super excited. Next week, we actually have our new teacher orientation. We're expecting a large number of of new teachers in that orientation session. So just pretty excited about that. I'll be happy to share more information about that at our next meeting. Just a reminder about our next meeting. Our next meeting is Thursday. I know Thursday is an unusual day to have a meeting, but Thursday, August 19th, which is next Thursday, in order to get our budget prepared for the board and get that to the state on time. And we have to have that on August 19th. So that's next Thursday at 6 o'clock. That's all the announcements I have.
Okay, thank you. So item 7 is new business, and the first category A is finance, operations, and maintenance. So we're going to discuss the proposed 2021 budgets. Pat McHugh will make a presentation, and this is an information only item. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Holland. Hopefully everybody can hear me okay. Yeah, I'll keep it brief. We've looked at these documents before, but I just wanted to give you an opportunity to take a look at the sample of documents you'll be seeing on the 19th when we adopt budgets. First on page 10 is a look at the additions and reductions to the general fund budget, and only a couple of things to point out here. If you look at the second line, there's a line for the overbase increase, and as you all know, we didn't run a voted levy this year. There was an opportunity to do so in both districts. In the elementary, it would have been about 830,000. And with the COVID pandemic in place and other factors, we didn't run that overbase levy. As a result, the elementary budget is decreased by 642,000, which is a unique circumstance, certainly in the history of the district, but certainly also related to the COVID pandemic. On the high school side, there's a $107,000 increase, which wasn't part of a voted levy, but that's part of a reduction in the permissive levies in other budgeted funds. And so we are able to increase the high school budget to maximum budget level without an operating levy. And you'll see the increase there at $492,000. Beyond that, we've identified some additions and reductions. The additions to the budget, additional costs are the salary and benefit items, as well as some known obligations that we'll see for insurance and whatnot. And then you'll see at the bottom the intentional balancing of the general fund budget with ESSER funds, which are related to maintaining operations in the district and preserving employment. And so those funds will serve as an offset to salary and benefit expenditures to help us balance this year. I'm going to move on, but I'd be happy to answer any questions if there are any on the page.
Are there any trustee questions on page 10? Actually, I have a question, Pat, and it has to do with the fiscal year 21 WC credit, which I guess would be workers' compensation. I'm curious why that's a subtraction and not an addition.
Yeah, thank you. So what we're identifying here is the fact that we used work comp credit last year, and so now we need to reflect in the budget the fact that it's not available again this year. And so we're building that obligation back into the, excuse me, no, it's a reduction. So we're just taking additional work comp credit to help balance the budget. So that's what that's about.
Okay, and then what is an NEA GPS teacher?
So this is the National Education Association went through that mentor teacher program, and we are part of that grant funded effort where we created with grant funding from the NEA mentor teacher positions. And as part of that program, we committed to build in an FTE within the general fund budget to support continuation of the mentor program.
Okay, and I see trustee Alperson has a question.
Thank you, Chair Lorenzen. Thank you, Pat, for the work you put into this. I have a question about the ESSER funds that are listed at the bottom that brings us back up to a zero balance. The ESSER funds talked about having public input on that, and I wanted to know where the public input came in for those ESSER funds that we spoke about the last school board meeting.
Yeah, I guess what I'd say is that we've been mentioning this, and I know Rob or Dr. Watson's been mentioning it as part of our meetings, both when we talked about the budget and then the use of the ESSER funds. I guess that's what I would say is that they've come up as part of our public meeting whenever we've talked about the budget and how we balance the budget.
Okay, are there any other questions for Pat regarding the information on page 10? Trustee Decker has a question.
If I'm understanding correctly, this is the general fund. And so there's actually quite a lot of other ESSER, supports that the superintendent talked about in great detail at the last, or in some detail at the last meeting, including social workers and art teachers and additional instructional and behavioral support and lots of different things that are considered, as well as a considerable amount of ESSER funding that's not quite yet allocated and determined. So none of that really, unless we're taking from ESSER into the general fund, none of those pieces are actually showing up here in terms of the budget. Am I getting that right?
Yeah, that's correct.
That's correct. Pat, do you want to answer that?
I was just gonna agree. That's correct. As with all grant funds, these funds are deposited into Fund 15 and will be extended through Fund 15. And one of the specific items addressed by the Department of Education was the fact that the guidelines allow or provide for the continued employment of staff and continued maintenance and operations of the schools, which is why there's any reference within the general fund at all, because what we would do is offset ongoing staffing expenditures with these ESSER dollars. The dollars don't actually go into the general fund. They just offset expenditures to staffing expenditures to allow us to balance. Rob, is that?
Yeah, I was just going to say, if you recall in the last meeting, when we talked about the ESSER funds, I identified approximately $8.7 to $9 million that will be expended this next year out of the ESSER funds. A portion of that is, you'll see right here in that bottom line, the anticipated budget balance before ESSER. And you see that the very bottom part there, you'll see about 3.4 million that we're going to use to balance the general fund, or we're suggesting to use to balance the general fund. That 3.4 million was part of that 9 million that I talked about last meeting. But you're right, Trustee Decker, there's a lot more to that 9 million that's not shown here.
Okay, are there any other trustee questions regarding this general fund information? Okay, thanks, Pat. Can you go ahead? You can go ahead then.
Okay, thank you. So before I do, I just want to jump back to Chair Lorenzen's question regarding the work comp credit, and the reason it appears as a negative. How I mentioned that initially is correct. These were one-time only funding sources that we used to balance the budget last fiscal year that aren't available this fiscal year. So we need to reflect the loss of those funding sources in this budget year. So that's why they appear as negatives, both the work comp credit and the excess high school Title I funds. You'll also see the high school interlocal is a negative on the high school side and a positive on the elementary, because it's a boost to the elementary budget. Those funds won't be set aside for the high school in this budget year. So sorry if I confused that point, but jumping on to page 11, this is actually a really good spreadsheet. It's got a lot of detail. I'm just going to hit a few points. The upper half is the elementary general fund budget again, and it's the revenue sources for our general fund budget. And the top half is the elementary side. If you go down about 5 lines, you'll see the base levy. This is the amount that we're obligated as local taxpayers to support our general fund. It's a calculated amount. And you'll see in the elementary, that amount went down by $377,000. It's part of the reduction in A and B that reduced our budgets this upcoming year. And then you'll see the overbase levy was the same. And those two lines reflect the local taxpayer support for our general fund budget in terms of revenue. If you then look underneath the box, you'll see a couple items. One I wanted to point out is under A and B. And you'll see the change in A and B on the K-6 side by 132 students, down 132, and then on the 7-8 side, 49 students. The reason that number is less than the 300 students we've been talking about is we were able to use 3-year A and B averaging. So we are able to soften the blow of the big dive in enrollment by looking at the enrollment for the last 3 years and averaging that. If we looked at actual A and B, the dip would be 322 A and B in K6 and 156 in 7-8. So that's a total of 378 A and B, or 378 students. A and B is average number belonging. I didn't coin that term, but it's really our student count and our student number. The high school side, similar sort of numbers. The base levy, it only increased by 15,200. The overbase levy remained the same. And then this flex increase, this is that increase in the overbase levy that we can rely upon based upon a reduction in other budgeted funds. So that the net between the two is a reduction in local obligated support of about $30,000. And then again, down near the bottom, you'll see the reduction in A and B of 13. And again, that's with 3-year A and B averaging. The actual reduction was closer to 30, it's actually 29. And then just two more comments I'll make. And first, with respect to pages 12 and 13, this is the top half is the numbers from last year, and there's a lot of good information here. It shows the budgeted funds, which the board will approve on the 19th. The levy amount, that's the local levy amount for each of those budgeted funds, and the levy increase or decrease, along with the impact on mills and the tax impact. And you'll see for last fiscal year, our elementary overall levy went down by 234,000, which resulted in a reduction in mills of 2.6 and a reduction in taxes of $7. And then on the high school side, similar information, an overall reduction in levies of 950,000, which was equivalent to about 5 mills and about $13 for a taxpayer with a $200,000 home. The bottom half is blank because we're building those final budgeted numbers, but the general fund we know, and the general fund, which we looked at on the previous page, of course, is our biggest fund, and we know in the elementary that we're adopting a budget that's less than last year, and the levy will decrease by 377,000, which is almost 12 mills, and so of course resulting reduction in taxes. On the high school side, we are adopting a larger budget, but the levy is still going down by 30,000, which is about 4.7 mil. We'll fill in the rest of the detail, but I'm confident that what we'll see is levies that are going to be less overall than they were the prior year. So this is the second year of a reduction in overall levies, which is results in a reduction in overall tax. The other pages that are here, 14, 15, and on through 19 are they're the actual documents that the board approved last year. So it's not any new information. It's just information that you'll familiarize yourself with. It shows the adoption motion, what the budget was adopted at, the levy amount for each district, as well as the resolutions that are part of the board's required approval process. That's all I have. Happy to answer any questions.
Are there any trustee questions for Pat on this? And Pat, I guess it's always helpful to clarify that if the property valuations change, the school district's budget doesn't change, right? We don't get a windfall from that.
Yeah, thank you. That's a very good clarification. We budget to a number, and the number is of course set by the board, and in the general fund, it's really established through our enrollment numbers. So that's correct. It's not, there's no budgetary increase by a change in property tax.
Sorry. So I see no questions, and that was an information item. We'll move on to 7A2, which is to approve the Emergency Connectivity Fund Program Grant. Pat will also present about that. That's on page 20 of your packet.
Thank you. So part of this grant that's available through the Federal Communication Commission is for equipment, and the Federal Communication Commission operates the E-rate program, which provides schools with reimbursement for internet connectivity and for equipment associated with internet connectivity and broadband. So what we're requesting, this is through our through Ray Cooper and the IT department, is approval for a grant to apply for Chromebooks and hotspots, and 76 Chromebooks, 13 hotspots that would support our remote learners as part of the Missoula Online Academy. A number of those Chromebooks and hotspots that were utilized were returned, and so this is the number we're operate online.
Okay, are there any trustee questions for Pat regarding this grant?
I have a question. Pat, you kind of faded out on that last sentence. You said that those 76 were going to you said that they were returned, and were they damaged, and then these are replacements?
You know, that's not my understanding. So we had some Chromebooks that were provided through the schools when the remote learning was in place, and so we're returning those Chromebooks to their schools to be used in the schools. We had a number of damaged Chromebooks. I don't think these are for damaged Chromebooks, but instead for direct needs of the remote learners. Hopefully you heard that okay.
Anyone else? Okay, seeing no additional questions from trustees. So the recommendation from the administration is that trustees approve the Emergency Connectivity Fund Grant as outlined above and in the attached grant application summary. Do we have a motion? Moved by trustee Decker, second by trustee Oldperson. Is there any board discussion on the motion? Seeing none, is there any public comment on this motion?
No public comment.
Okay, thank you. So all trustees in support of the motion, please signify by raising your hand. Let's see. And that is unanimous as to all trustees present. Our next action item is in 7B, which is personnel and negotiations and policy. And this will be the first reading of revision of board policy 3120, which is compulsory attendance. And Dr. Watson will explain that to us. It's on page 21.
Yes, thank you, Chair Lorenzen. Can everyone hear me okay? So this is a sort of a cleanup. I should have caught this one last time when we were talking about the part-time student policies. You'll recall in the last board meeting, we brought to you part-time student policies And when I started looking over our other policies, I noticed that this policy also referenced part-time students, but it was inappropriately placed in this policy now that we have a official part-time student policy. So there's a couple of things I just wanted to point out. I recall, please, that as you look over a policy, anything that's new to the policy is in bold. So on page 21, you see some stuff that's in bold. And then anything that I'm recommending to remove from the policy, of course, is a strikeout. What I noticed in this policy is that the policy was written quite a while ago, and some of the practices that were in this policy, or some of the recommendations in this policy, didn't reflect what was actually happening in the high schools. So, for example, if you look in the second paragraph right underneath, you see the two bulleted lists at the top, and there's a paragraph that says Missoula County Public Schools. Then there's another paragraph that says any student who wishes to receive a diploma. You'll notice that I crossed out the word full-time. The reason is because that's not currently what's happening. So if a student is enrolled in school their last semester, they don't necessarily have to be enrolled full-time in order to receive a diploma. They have to be enrolled at least as a part-time student. And that happens quite a bit. As you can imagine, as seniors get close to the end of their senior year and they've already achieved enough credits, they aren't necessarily considered full-time students, some of them, that last semester. So I'm recommending to remove that one piece there. So it just says that they must be enrolled as a student in order to receive a diploma during their senior year. Then the next paragraph down, you'll recognize, or you'll see a bunch of that paragraph. I struck through a bunch of that paragraph. Part of the reason is that doesn't match what we just approved in our part-time student attendance policy. It's old language. In fact, it says that a full-time student is enrolled in a minimum of 4 classes. That technically is not even true. You have to be in at least five classes in order to be counted as a full-time student for A and B purposes. So I'm recommending to strike through all of that, because all of that language is now superseded by our part-time attendance policy, which the board approved for first reading at the last meeting. So with that, that's the minor changes to policy 3120.
Are there any trustee questions for Dr. Watson? Cohen, I can't tell. No, okay. Okay, not seeing any questions. This is an action item. The administration recommends that the trustees approve the first reading of board policy 3120 and post for public comment. Is there such a motion? Moved by trustee Oldperson, second by trustee Gale. Is there any board discussion on the motion? Seeing none, is there any public comment on the motion? Seeing none, all trustees in favor of the motion to approve for first reading board policy 3120, please signify by raising your hands. And that is unanimous as to all trustees present. If I misread your vote, please speak up. So our next category is section C, teaching and learning. And we have an item to approve an out-of-country travel request. Russ Lodge, the assistant superintendent, will present.
Good evening, everybody. Dan Lockridge is a teacher at Sentinel High School, and in the past, he has taken kids to Costa Rica over spring break. So he's making that request again, and because it's out of country, it needs to have board approval. And if you look on page 23, you can see his the form written out in the form that we use to use for out-of-country travel. He's going to leave on a Saturday. He's going to be gone the next week, which is spring break week, coming back on a Monday. So there'll be one day of school that he will miss. And so we're here today to ask for your approval and perhaps any questions you have about the trip. I believe Dan's on the call tonight if you've got some questions. So this is the request, and we're throwing it out at you and seeing if you will approve this recommendation. And if you have any questions, we'd be glad to answer them.
Thanks, Russ. Are there any trustee questions for Russ Lodge or for Daniel Lockridge? Trustee Decker?
I'm wondering, Rob, if you can remember or remind us what the reopening plan and COVID precautions say about travel and international travel?
Yes, I certainly can. And we'll talk about that a little later in the meeting, the reopening plan. But basically, the reopening plan recommends that we follow CDC guidance around both domestic travel and international travel. So as you can imagine, that changes quite a bit and quite frequently and depends on the country. So of course, all this will be predicated off of that guidance. And one thing I guess that I just wanted to point out for the board's benefit, you may ask yourself why we would be asking for approval this far in advance. The board policy does require 6-month advance approval by the board. Part of the reason that's really important is because, as you can imagine, Mr. Lockridge will be talking to students about this. And before we talk with students and get them all excited about the trip, it's important that we cross this bridge first and make sure the board is comfortable with it. So there's a lot of things that could happen between now and March 22nd or whenever the trip is, but this is just really a preliminary step. The board will recall that you actually approved an out-of-country trip for Australia by the Hellgate Band, and it turns out that wasn't going to work due to a lot of travel restrictions. So they've actually changed their trip itinerary already and now are looking at in-country trips. So that does happen on occasion. And I know that seems premature to approve this without knowing all the CDC guidance, but really this is kind of just our first step in order to get the ball rolling.
Yeah, are there any other board questions? I have a question for Mr. Lockridge. Do you have a plan B if this were to fall through? Is there an in-country trip that you could substitute?
No, not really. We would probably just cancel it, and the refunds would be issued to the students per the agreement policy through Global Travel Alliance.
Okay, Trustee Decker, did you have a question?
I guess I've been approving international travel requests for long enough now. And you very enthusiastically generally, because I think it's such a great experience. I'd love to know some data someday about how many of our students get the chance to do so and what the characteristics are of students who tend to get those opportunities, just so that we can always be thinking about how to get them to more kids.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no other questions, where are we? The administration recommends that the trustees approve the out-of-country travel request. Do we have a motion? Moved by Trustee Gale, second by Trustee Decker. Do we have any board discussion on the motion? Cohen?
I guess just to be clear, so I'm going to vote for this. I'm going to vote for it at an educational opportunity with the understanding that medically it may be pulled, and this isn't a promise that it has to happen. It's that this makes sense educationally. Safety to be considered closer in time.
Okay, thanks. Any other board comment on the motion? Grace?
We've approved trips to Costa Rica in the past, and one year even had the chance to hear from some students who went, I believe from Sealy Lake. And it was fantastic to hear about their experiences, especially the homestay. I know that we're all looking forward to a safe environment for traveling so that kids can have this great kind of experience. So thanks for putting together a good and really thorough application, Mr. Lockridge, and Pura Vida.
Trustee Alperson?
I would just like to recommend that maybe Mr. Lockridge encourage the parents to take out the insurance for the cost, because $3,300, $3,500 is a lot. And I would want to make sure that family gets their money back if something does happen.
Okay, any other board comment? Seeing none, is there any public comment on the motion?
No public comment.
Thank you. So all trustees in favor of the motion to approve the out-of-country travel requests, please signify by raising your hand. Vicky? Okay. So that's unanimous as to all trustees present. So our next topic is an information item regarding MCPS oh, I'm sorry. C2 is to approve enrollments for the early kindergarten program. Mr. Lodge will present on that, then there's information on page 27 of the packet.
Yeah, the board may not be aware, but we do run an early kindergarten program for 4-year-olds each year. And we advertise in our Title I school neighborhoods, recruit, if you will, maybe a little bit of both. So we have parents fill out forms very similar to kindergarten registration, except these are 4-year-olds. They have to be turned 4 before September 10th. And so we have 2 teachers. You'll see a list there on that page 27 of about 29 or 30 kids. So there's 2 teachers, 2 paras, and it's an extra year of public school. These kids are actually part of MCPS. They count as full enrollment. So this is our annual early kindergarten program, and each year the board approves it. It has to go through board approval to occur. So we're bringing that forward to you this year, and that's what this is all about.
Okay, thank you, Russ. Is there any board comment or question? Trustee Decker.
Thanks. Thanks, Mr. Lodge. Is there a wait list for the early kindergarten program? Is there more interest than we have space?
You know, I don't know that for sure. I didn't ask that specific question today. Certainly can find out for you. I don't think so, but I'm not confident of that. So let me get back to you on that one, okay?
Thanks. And since it's such a great opportunity for kids who are 4 to have access to that enrichment, we know that pre-K and high quality early care and education are at a premium. Can you say a little more about where and how we recruit?
Well, the advertisements go out in our Title I neighborhoods. It's probably going out through our building principals. You know, same kind of messaging we would do to any other family. We've all got our master list. So I believe that's how it happens. I mean, I've not done it personally myself, but if I was a building principal, that's how I would do it. And I'm sure they can reach out to just about everybody in their community. So.
I'm Trustee Mercer.
Sort of following along those, like, what are the limitations on the size? Can it be 200 kids? I mean, what caps it? Anything?
I would imagine if we had 200 kids who were 4 years old who qualified in our Title I area, we would accommodate it in some way, some fashion. I don't know that that's something you want to put a cap on, but of course we've got space concerns because we're at Jefferson School. And then we've got hiring concerns of typical faculty, but year in and year out, it's been 2 teachers and 2 paras. So I don't know that we've ever hit this very large number. If we did, it would be a pleasant problem to have. And I imagine we worked pretty hard to solve it.
Trustee Mercer.
I might have missed this, but you said who qualify. What's that? What's the limitation on who qualifies?
There really isn't. It's a 4-year-old application that takes place. There isn't any kind of criteria. It's people just in those neighborhoods who would like that experience for their 4-year-old. We have kids there who are of all kinds of ability levels. So it's a cross section of kids. And that's pretty much what has generated each year.
Trustee Alperson.
In response to that, Trustee Mercer, I do know that the Native American Studies Department within MCPS does recruit out to their population. I actually had one of my sons go through the early kindergarten program, I highly recommend it. My son just thrived there, and it's a great program. Jefferson School is just awesome. So thank you.
And Russ, you say our Title I schools. Can you tell us which those are so we're clear which K-5s we're talking about?
Yeah, you've got Russell, Hawthorne, Franklin, and Lowell.
Okay. Any other board? Oh, go ahead, Trustee Decker.
Thanks. I know that this is something that I regularly say, but this is an example of the kind of thing that in terms of building our community's infrastructure to support kids and families using recovery dollars and ESSER funding, supporting the expansion of a program like this is exactly in the strike zone of what districts are allowed and encouraged to do.
Chair Lorenzen, can I just make one comment?
Sure.
So to Trustee Mercer's question, it actually is stipulated in policy 3110. I apologize, we should have included this in the packet, but it is publicly available on our website. It actually defines about 6 categories that would qualify for a 4-year-old. And many of them Mr. Lodge already talked about, but there's about 6 categories there. So we would follow that board policy. If a student qualifies under one of those 6 categories, that's how it would end up in front of you as a recommendation for enrollment. And that's in policy 3110.
Okay, thank you. Any other board comment? Okay, seeing none, there's administration recommends that trustees approve the enrollment of these students for the early kindergarten program for 21-22, meaning those students identified by initials on page 27. Is there a motion from an elementary trustee? Moved by Trustee Decker, second by Trustee Elperson. Is there any board discussion on the motion? Okay, is there any public comment on the motion?
No public comment.
Thank you. Seeing no comment, all elementary trustees in favor of the motion, please signify by raising your hand. Trustee McDonald, are you voting yea or nay? Okay, Paul, I don't see Vicky anymore.
Yeah, she appears to have dropped off. We'll try to reconnect with her.
There you are.
Here she is.
Hi, Vicky.
She just sent me a message saying she was losing connection.
Okay, Vicky, do you want to vote on this motion? To approve the early kindergarten program enrollees?
Yes, yes, can you
Okay.
hear me?
We can hear you, thanks.
Okay.
So that's unanimous as to all elementary trustees present. Topic C3 then is the MCPS reopening guidelines. And this is an information topic. We won't be discussing this one. The board can discuss this one. There won't be public comment. So go ahead, Dr. Watson.
Okay, thank you, everybody. I want to remind the trustees that we talked about this reopening plan in May. And we had done quite a bit of work to prepare for lots of changes with the new school year. You recall we talked about, start times and end times. We talked about some of the mitigation strategies that we expected were going to continue. There was a lot of unknowns in May. We didn't have the latest CDC guidance or any other information from our local health department. So we knew that May was sort of a draft. And then as soon as we received the CDC guidance in July, we were committed to coming back together with our COVID task force and reviewing these guidelines one more time. So I wanted to bring the board up to speed on this issue. I'm going to share my screen if I can. I just have some information I'd like the board to see. And I think it's important as we talk about this, because as you can imagine, we're looking at the start of this new year, and we want to just make sure that that we're following the guidelines, and I want you to be aware of any particular guidelines that have changed. So can everyone see that my screen okay? Okay, so a couple of things I'll just point out too, as we go through this. I've asked 2 other folks to be on the call this evening, and that's Vinny Giamona. He's our COVID coordinator and has been for almost a full year. I think Vinny came on as COVID coordinator in October last year. And so Vinny's been working pretty closely on our COVID response team throughout the year. And the other person probably critical to this plan is Brooke Kreninger. And Brooke is our health services supervisor, also known as our lead nurse. And she's been working very closely on this plan as well and been following the CDC guidance. So I just wanted to make sure that the board knew they were on the call this evening. If we've got specific questions, I know for sure that we can stop and hear from them as well. I want to take a minute, if I can, and talk about last year. And the only reason I would do this now is because I do want to point out to you all what some of the major differences are with the new CDC guidance. I do think that this school year was going to look much different than last school year in terms of welcoming students back, welcoming families back. I think there's some significant changes, and I just want to make sure the board is aware of that. These are some mitigation strategies from last year. And I don't want to spend a whole lot of time on these because some of these are expired at this point, but you'll recall that last year we had quite a few different mitigation strategies. We had special schedule when we started the year. We had hybrid schedule for half a year. We had some special block schedules. You remember the special block schedules at middle school and high school, which really did help with in terms of COVID transmission. However, they were also very intrusive on our educational program. And a good example of that, if you recall in middle school, we had, kids were only going to 2 or 3 classes each day, and they would rotate to the next set of classes like 3 or 4 weeks later. The problem with that is if you're in a course like a music class where it's really important that you get some practice every week, you might have music for 2 or 3 weeks, but then you might not see it again for another 6 weeks. So it's the block schedule we were doing last year was very intrusive on our educational program. I just want you to be aware of that because it's something that we've changed for this coming school year. Obviously, the online academy, just reminding the board, last year we started with almost 1,900 students in the online academy. So far this year, we have about 200 that have registered for this coming school year. Still have the online academy, but a much reduced model this year. You remember last year we talked about some of these other things like hand washing and ventilation. Improved our ventilation systems in almost every classroom, every building. I think we added some great upgrades there. We also talked about deep cleaning, and that's something I just want the board to be aware of because we'll talk more about that later, how that's changed. We still have cleaning protocols, obviously, but what we've learned in the short term from the CDC and some other folks that have talked to us about this is that the transmission by touching objects really didn't happen that much this last year, not just for us, but nationwide. So the deep cleaning protocols are definitely changed a lot this coming school year, and we're less worried about touching of things, especially supplies, like sharing of supplies, just because that hasn't been a big issue in terms of transmission. Something that worked out really well for us this last year, and I credit our team to this, is the positive case response. So when we had a positive case, we did not wait for the health department to do the contact tracing. We got on that right away. We determined the close contacts. We contacted those families. Huge credit to our team, including our nursing staff that did a lot of that, including Brooke and Vinny that helped with that. Sometimes our school principals would help with some of the contacting of families. It was a big lift, especially as you can imagine, as we got more positive cases. However, I think it really paid off to make sure that we were responding fairly quickly to that positive case response and also asking students to stay at home if they were a close contact. You remember a couple other things last year that I think worked out really well. Permanent subs. We didn't want subs rotating between buildings, and so we hired some permanent subs that worked out really well, something we're hoping to continue this year as well in our new plan. And then I would say about a third of the way into the school year, we really jumped up our testing protocol. We were able to secure some tests, some COVID tests from the state, not only the rapid test, but some other PCR tests. We figured out a way to get those PCR tests run, and that allowed us to really open up that testing for anybody really in our district that needed it. That was a big game changer for us. I don't know if we ever talked about that last year with the district or the board. It's just that access to testing is so critical during a crisis or during a pandemic, because the sooner you can get people tested and determine if they're positive or not, then you can control that transmission a lot. So I just wanted to point out those were things we did last year. Some of them were, I would consider, very successful. Some of them I know were a struggle for not only for us, but for our families. And so we're trying to make changes in those areas that we felt like were a struggle. I want to point out some data for you. I was able to gather this at the end of the school year. I think it's important to look at this data because oftentimes we were asked how we compare with other districts. What's important to note is there's not a lot of other districts in the state of Montana that are like us. In fact, there's only about 7 or 8. that have, multiple elementary schools, multiple middle schools, multiple high schools. And so it's important as we looked at this data for me to compare us with other large districts that were similar to ours. So what you see here are actual, what I consider apples to apples comparison. So that every district is different size. So we're in about the middle here in Missoula. There's districts that are larger than us. There's districts that are smaller than us. But the AA districts that I have listed here are all what I would consider the larger districts in the state. Some of them are bigger than ours. Some of them are smaller than ours. What I've given you here is the total for the school year. So it's the percentage of students that tested positive anytime during the school year. So it's the total number of positives divided by the total population of students. So in my mind, we've created a percentage here. It's sort of an apples to apples comparison. Even though one of these districts is much larger than us, we could still do a percentage. Their positives compared with their total number of student population. We did that for student percentages and staff percentages. I did not list the district names, quite frankly, because it wasn't important for me. But you should note that these, every one of these communities was much different than ours. Some of the communities had higher transmission. Some of the communities had lower transmission than we had. Some of these districts were on a hybrid schedule. In fact, two of these other districts were on a hybrid schedule, just like we were. So when you look at these numbers, I think it's important to note that there's a lot of factors that went into this, the amount of community spread within the county, but also the mitigation strategies. Now, I don't think you can point to any one of our mitigation strategies and say, well, that was a great mitigation strategies and it helped us keep our percentages lower. I don't think that's it at all. I really honestly believe it was a layering of mitigation strategies, that we had several different kinds of mitigation strategies in place that really helped us. So I don't think it's any one thing that you could point to and say that because we did this, we had a lower percentage than most. I think a part of it was the numbers in the county. As you all know, Missoula County had lower numbers than other counties, so that helped. But also just within the school system, I think it was the layering of mitigation strategies, which really helped us keep our numbers low. So we looked at this at the end of the year because quite honestly, we just wanted to see how we stacked up against some of the other districts that were similar size. The other thing that I get questions on quite frequently from board members, but also from community members, is how our students did academically. And of course, you can measure that in a lot of different ways. And we'd be happy to go through other opportunities with the board on how to measure this. I'm going to give you just a couple of quick ones. And I only give you these two grades because when we looked across the grades, they were pretty similar to this. What you're looking at here is reading data, and we're using an assessment called the STAR assessment. And there's two reasons I use the STAR assessment to show you. Number one, the STAR assessment is nationally normed. So it's given to students across the country. So it's not only our third graders, but we kind of compare ourselves with third graders across the country. The other thing about the STAR assessment that's really unique is it's computer-based. And so it could be conducted not only by our students that were in school last year, but it also was conducted by our MOA students. So our students that were at home last year in the online academy, their teachers were able to administer the STAR assessment. That's different than the state assessment. The state assessment that we give in the spring was not allowed to be given at home. So our state assessment percentages are going to be much lower because we weren't allowed to give that at home. The STAR assessment we could. What you're seeing here is the percentage of students in the light blue that scored above benchmark in reading at third grade in the winter assessment, and then the percentage of dark blue, that's the percentage of students that scored below benchmark. I'd given you two different data points. January of 2020, which was right before everyone went into lockdown, and then January of 2021, which was obviously the following year after we'd been through a year of half a year of lockdown and a hybrid schedule and everything else. So that's third grade. Obviously, there's a few more students in the dark blue in January of 21 than there were in January of 20. It's not remarkably different. I do think it's important to point out that every time we give this assessment, we have about 25% or 30% of our students below benchmark. So it really had nothing to do with the COVID shutdown. It had more to do with this typically what we see from third grade. And that's an issue that that, we want to continue to talk about in our strategic plan process. The next one is 5th grade. I thought it was important to show you another grade level, same information. Light blue is above benchmark, dark blue is below benchmark. You'll notice in January of 21, we had a few more students in that dark blue below benchmark in 5th grade. I just think it's important to note that it wasn't a huge shift. There was a shift there, but it wasn't huge. As I can tell you, we've looked at a lot of different data. We'd be happy to share a lot of different data with you. I just chose these two as sort of some benchmarks because I do frequently get the question, like, what do we know about our kids in terms of how they did not only during the shutdown, but how they did last fall. And this is just one way to look at that. Okay, briefly, I want to tell you what was in the new CDC guidance that was released in July and how it's going to impact our reopening plan. Fortunately, there wasn't a lot in there that's going to have huge impacts on our reopening plan. I think what I saw was it emphasized some of the things that we were already planning on. So number one, the CDC guidance really emphasized the importance of in-person learning for all students. That's important because, as you can imagine, last year when we were on the hybrid schedule, we weren't able to do in-person every day for every kid, but the new CDC guidance said that's really important. In fact, it's more important than some of the distancing strategies we were trying to do last year. So you'll see that in our plan, the importance of in-person learning for all students. Layering of mitigation strategies. I think we practiced that really well last year. That's something we're going to continue. They again said ventilation and hand washing was critically important. There was less focus on rigid distancing. So you remember last year when the guidance came out last summer, it was like 6 feet. You have to maintain 6 feet. There's less focus on that because they're more focused on increasing the amount of in-person learning time. And we'll explain how we're going to recommend that in a safe way. And then I already mentioned this, but they said the deep cleaning protocols, some of the deep cleaning protocols we were doing probably aren't necessary as we move forward. The handling of classroom materials, they didn't see a lot of transmission between kids handling classroom materials. So that's not something that we're really going to stress with our teachers this year. I mean, obviously we want to wipe down frequently touched surfaces, but I know our teachers really stressed last year about a lot of these minor details. And I think what we see in the new CDC guidance is a less focus on that. The last thing I'll just say that this was a big game changer, and that's the rules around quarantine. This just changed in July. And so this is a lot different than we experienced last year. And I'll try to explain this as brief as I can, but last year, any student within 6 feet of a positive case had to be quarantined, whether the student was wearing a mask or not. Now, it changed a little bit when we had students that were vaccinated. Then we got a little bit of a break from county health if they could verify that a student was vaccinated. They may not necessarily had to quarantine, especially if they weren't showing symptoms. But before the vaccines, any student within 6 feet of a positive case had to be quarantined. And remember, when we started last year, it was a long quarantine. It was 14 days. Later in the school year, they reduced it to 10 days. But that was a significant impact on our district. A lot of students out as close contacts, a lot of students missing school. The big change this year that the CDC has published in their guidance is that if you have universal masking and if you are layering other mitigation strategies, you don't have to stick to the 6 feet in K-12 schools. You can go to 3 feet. Now, it doesn't sound like a lot, but that's a big game changer for us because we won't have to quarantine, especially our non-vaccinated under 12 kids. We won't have to quarantine them if we're practicing some of those layered mitigation strategies that's been recommended. They won't have to quarantine. They can stay in school, and that's pretty important for us, is to just make sure kids have an opportunity to stay in school. Here's what's new. I've had a lot of phone calls in the last 2 weeks or so from parents and talked to quite a few teachers and asked me, what's really new about this year. And I do want to highlight some of these things because I think it's drastically different than last fall. Obviously, I said this already, but return to every day for every student for longer school days. That's huge for us. We think it's critically important. That starts on August 30th. More traditional school routines, lunch and recess and specials and electives. And, kids are not going to have music once every 4 weeks or every 6 weeks. They have an opportunity to have that more often. So more traditional routines, more after school activities return with mitigation strategies. But you may or may not know this, but last year we did hardly any after school activities at K-5 and at middle school. And we're going to bring a lot of those back. And so I know our kids and our families are excited about that with mitigation, obviously mitigation strategies, but we feel it's important to return those. Some school events. I have, talked to a lot of principals about what open house might look like this year and how to do it in a safe way. So you're going to start to see the return of some school events that we just didn't do last year. And then of course, parent volunteers and school visitors back in the school. We mentioned that in the spring. I already talked about the close contact and quarantine process has changed. Our block schedule this year is much less restrictive than it was last year. Kids are going to go to every class every week. So they're not going to be, stuck, 3 or 4 weeks, not in a particular class. So we will have a block schedule. We think that's good to have a common schedule like that, but it's much less restrictive than it was last year. Final thing I'll say, and then I'll just answer it open for questions is, we're going to start on August 30th. We're excited about it. The kids are excited. Our teachers are excited about it. Right now, Brooke and Vinny are working on specific classroom protocols. So taking all of the stuff I just talked about, writing classroom protocols for staff so that they know exactly what to do in their classrooms and how much has changed. We're going to continue to monitor the county data, but we're also going to start collecting the district data. If you recall on our website, we had some rich district data last year, school associated cases, and we'll continue to do that. We'll continue to talk with our task force about our plan. And then of course, we'll continue to update the board. So that's where I see us right now with our reopening plan. I'm excited about it. I'm excited to welcome kids back, excited to welcome teachers back. I think it's going to be a great year. I'm proud of what we did last year in terms of mitigation. I know it wasn't a perfect school year for a lot of families and a lot of students. We're hoping to improve that this year and make a better experience for all. So with that, I'm going to stop sharing and just see if you have any questions for myself or Brooke or Vinny.
Okay, do any trustees have questions or comments for Dr. Watson? Trustee Mercer?
One of the things did last year, K-5, around lunch, as I recollect, was the classes stayed together in their individual. They didn't group lunch for the whole school. I think they ate in the classroom. I think there was videos up front to kind of keep people. What's happening? Is it group lunch or is it sticking with that sort of class level cohorting?
So what we're going to do is there's going to be lunch back in the lunchroom, but we are going to ask students to sit by class, which is not unheard of. We've done that before pre-COVID. So sitting together with their class. And the only reason is if there is a positive case, it'll be helpful for us to know who they were sitting next to. We're also going to try to limit their amount of time inside. Get them outside as quickly as possible because everything we've read so far says much safer to be outside, and so that's what we're doing. But lunch won't be in the classroom like it was last year at K-5.
Okay, Trustee Oldperson?
I have a quick comment for Dr. Watson on that, and then a question to Chair Lorenzen. Dr. Watson, talking about going to the lunchroom, we do have a middle school without a designated lunchroom. And I've talked about it many times, and I really do see the need for CS Porter to have that designated space like the other schools do in our district. So I'm just going to point that again and say that we really need to bring that school up to the other levels. And then my other question was talking about the ESSER funding. I know some of that can be used into this next coming year. How, you talked about the airflow. What was that called? Ventilation. Long day. How you said all of the schools got some work done with that, and can you just elaborate more on that?
Yeah, so this last year, as you're well aware, I mean, a lot of the schools received upgrades because of the bond. But then what we did, and this is all dedication of our facilities team, they went school by school and installed ionizers within the filter system, which was a I don't understand the engineering behind it or the science behind it. I'm sure Burley was here to explain it, but we installed that in not only in our school-wide systems, but also in our classroom systems. So if you go in some of our older buildings, the ventilation system sits right in the classroom. They're called unit ventilators and they sit right on the wall. We installed those ionizers in every one of those as well. And that was a big lift and a big funding source last year with our ESSER funding. What I'm going to tell you though, is that there are some buildings that quite frankly, we've ignored and we may have to use them. Cold Springs is a good example. That was not part of the bond project. Mount Jumbo is a wonderful school in a wonderful neighborhood, not part of the bond project. So you remember, if you recall last meeting when I talked about the ESSER funds, I said there was about a $9 million bill that we could use for facility upgrades. And some of those are places where there's no kids right now, Mount Jumbo. But just to improve the ventilation system at Mount Jumbo so we can put kids back in there is probably 2 million of that 9 million. So it's there, the list of requests for improvements is long, but I do feel like we did a good job improving a lot of ventilation systems, not only beyond what we had in the bond work, but just improving them up to COVID standards. We still have some work to do at some of our schools, and Burley's working on a few of our schools still, but I think our ventilation systems are definitely up to COVID standards.
Okay, Trustee Alperson, another question?
Yes, and Dr. Watson, you spoke about sports and after-school activities. How open will those be to the community?
Yeah, so one of the things last year was we were really sort of following some of the guidance from the state high school association around crowd size and tournaments. We were also following some of the guidance from our local health department. Right now, the health department does not have any restrictions on crowd size. So, you know, we're going to do the best we can to encourage people to socially distance when they're at those events. We're obviously going to feel more comfortable about the outdoor events because it seems pretty clear from a lot of the guidance that outdoor is much safer than indoors. We're not going to restrict crowd size unless something drastic changes or we're asked to do so by either the high school association or the local county health office.
Okay, any other trustee questions or comments for Dr. Watson?
I did forget to mention one thing that I get asked about frequently, and I think it's important for the board to hear this because I know that you may get questions as well. There's a lot of folks out there that would like to see some sort of vaccination requirement. And I just want to remind the trustees and in a sense, remind our community as well that we're not able to require vaccines. We cannot and we will not require anyone to prove their vaccination status. That was pretty clear in House Bill 702 that was passed last year and signed into law that we're unable to do that. Now, one of the questions that frequently comes up is, would this vaccine be eventually added as a required vaccine for school-age kids? That could happen, but that's not going to happen this year. There's a specific state law that outlines which vaccines are required, and this vaccine would actually have to be added to that state law. Another vaccine that a lot of people frequently ask about is the flu vaccine. That's not currently required under state law. And so you can imagine that there are certain vaccines that are required for school enrollment. These ones are not those, and they're not currently in state law. So I do want the board to understand that we're living within state law and living with those requirements. We're not going to, bypass state law on that. So I just want everyone to know that.
Okay, Trustee Decker?
More of a comment, if that's okay. I'm really grateful for the work that you and your team put into bringing both the academic comparisons from 2020 and 2021 of those kind of key measures at 3rd and 5th grade. I think that's a question a lot of people had. What's been the academic, as well as, of course, other impacts on kids of this crazy bumpy year? And I think it's a testament to the hard work of, let's be honest, the kids, first and foremost, and the staff and the parents to make it all work. So I think that's really impressive. And I also really appreciate seeing those percentage comparisons district by district. I mean, there's no sense of like, haha, like somebody else had a worse time. That's not what we're saying. But with so many unknowns about how the past year and a half has rolled out and making so many decisions, trying to do the best we can, following the research, it's very heartening to just take a look and say that as a district, we set out to reduce the amount of spread in our populations. And that data shows that we did in fact do that. That feels really, really heartening. And I think our community and our staff who worked so hard and all of the kids who worked hard to follow those crazy new ways of doing things should really be congratulated for that and really thanked for all of that. And thanks to you as well for sharing that information with us.
Okay, any more board comment? Okay, so this agenda item is not an action item and therefore we don't take public comment. The next agenda item is an action item. And Dr. Watson will present and then we will have board discussion. And after that, we'll have a motion and at which point we will open to public comment. So the next topic is face covering guidelines for the next school year. There's elementary and secondary, but I think we will have separate action items there. Is that right, Rob? No? One action item.
Just one action item because the recommendation turned out to be the same for both. So just
Oh,
one
okay.
action item, unless the board decides to split it.
Okay, so do you want to go ahead and present on that one?
Yes, I'm going to share my screen again briefly just to talk about the county data because this is something that that comes up a lot. And right now, I'll just say that this is the only data we have. Of course, after the school year gets started, we'll have school-based, school-associated cases. So we'll have other data to rely on. But being at 2/3 of the way through the summer, this is all we have, and it's the county data. I just want to point out a couple of things that we've been watching in the county data that the board should be aware of. So the first one, and again, this is the county website. They update it at least once, some of it once a day, some of it once a week, but this data dashboard, and hopefully you can see this as soon as it comes up. So this is where they report the number of new cases per day. And I want to point this out to you because there has been some language thrown around in the local media, the national media about areas of significant spread, of which Missoula is considered an area of significant spread. What you have to do is go to this chart and toggle over one spot and you'll see where they get that designation or where we get that designation. So what this large yellow box over here, I'll just remind the board, is the incident rate. And the incident rate is one piece of data that we were looking at last year. And it's the average number of new cases per day. It's a rolling average over 7 days. So even though you'll see we had 30 new cases, once you take the average over 7 days, the incident rate is lower than 30, it's 24. And this little graph on here, you can see, you can go all the way back in time. We had an incident rate in November of 85. So it's been much higher than that. Obviously, we're trying to keep it under 25. You can see the designations up here. As soon as we moved into orange, which is between an incident rate between 10 and 24, that's when the CDC designated our community, our county, as an area of significant spread. So for the majority of the summer, we were in yellow. In the spring, we were in yellow, but we moved into orange a little while ago. So that's one piece of data I just want to remind the board about. You'll see that referenced in my recommendation, the incident rate. So wanted to point that out. The other piece of data that we will be watching, however, we have less control over this, obviously, because it's vaccine data. But this is available as well on the website, on the county website. This is more than just our kids. So just be aware of that. It's all the kids in the county. But what you can look at here is the percentage of the age group that's received at least one dose. This has increased over the summer. I mean, just a little while ago, it was at 55 for 15 to 19-year-olds. Now it's at 56. It's Good to see that that percentage continues to increase. The 12 to 14-year-olds, which is mostly our middle school students and some ninth graders, is still at 37%. That's increased a lot as well. Just a few weeks ago, it was under 30. So it's nice to see the vaccine percentages go up, but this is other data that we've been looking at as a COVID task force and talking about. The other thing I just want to share briefly is some pieces of my recommendation, just so folks understand where the recommendation came from, and then answer any questions from board members about it as well. So So as we got into late July and we started seeing guidance from the CDC, that's the same time that our county moved into what was considered an area of significant spread. And so the CDC recommended use of face covering indoors in any community where there was significant spread. We received guidance in addition to that from the CDC and the American Academy of Pediatrics. They recommended universal face coverings for all students and staff in K-12 settings. The other thing that I think is important to consider is there's currently no vaccine option for kids under 12. That's, of course, all of our K-5 schools and a big chunk of our sixth graders. I think when I ran the percentages, we were at about 85% of our sixth graders that are still under 12. And then I think probably the most important thing is something I already talked about. The CDC and the county health office changed their quarantine requirements just for K-12 settings. And I've already mentioned this. We suspect that this is really going to reduce the number of close contacts in our school settings. And remember, when we can reduce the number of close contacts, that means more students can stay in school and they won't get quarantined. So that's a big plus for us because we would rather have kids in school rather than be quarantined. So remember, that's changed now. It only works in K-12 settings. It only works when there's universal face coverings as well as those layered mitigation strategies in place that we can actually go from 6 feet to 3 feet for identifying close contacts. That's really important for all of us. We believe it'll really help more kids stay in school. So the basics of the the face covering guidelines. I would like to enforce these guidelines for the first 6 weeks of school. We will come back to the board at the first October meeting. Here's some of the basics. Obviously, the written guidelines will be a lot more extensive, but we're going to require of all students, staff, and visitors while indoors. That indoors piece is really important because what we've heard and what we've been told is that when kids are outdoors, face coverings are less important. So indoors, also required on bus transportation. You might recall that any transportation like planes and buses require face coverings. And we were notified by the health department, this includes school buses. So that's why this is part of our recommendation, is required on bus transportation. No face coverings required when students are outside. We also put in a couple of caveats that staff could lower their face covering while teaching if they can maintain that physical distancing. We believe that's important because there are times during the day when staff are giving directions or they're teaching, and it's critically important that the students are able to see their mouth. And so we added that. That's a change from this last year. And then we also, and we'll give staff more guidance on this, but we wanted staff to have the discretion to provide some mask breaks throughout the day. This is something that we had not only heard from the parents on our COVID task force about this, but other staff members were talking about the opportunity to give students a mask break. And that happened to a limited extent last year. We just want to make sure that option is open for more staff. Again, this information would be reviewed after 6 weeks. After 6 weeks, we'll have a lot of school-based data that we can look at to make further decisions. We'll have school-based data. We'll have data from other AA districts to see how they're doing with masks or without masks. We'll have, of course, the county data as we continue to watch that. So that's the basis of my recommendation, and I will just pause for board questions.
Okay, so thank you, Dr. Watson. Do we have any board questions regarding the presentation or comments? Trustee Mercer?
So when you were talking about the quarantine and you said mask for all, I just want to make sure I understand that. So that if it was an optional system, then it wouldn't work like the people who masked don't have to quarantine, but the people who didn't, it's all or nothing at the, okay.
Yes, and that's a CDC and a county health office. They agree with that. Universal masking, both the positive case and the close contacts would have to be masked. And if that's the case, and if they're consistently using their mask, then we can lower the quarantine distance from 6 feet to 3 feet, which is big. If you've got some kids that are masked and some kids that are not masked, then you have to use 6 feet.
Okay, Trustee Alperson?
Dr. Watson, it says mask breaks. How long are those and how often can they offer those?
Yeah, that's some things we're still going to have to flesh out with our staff members. We want some teacher feedback on that. I know Brooke and Vinny are thinking about what that would look like. So we haven't landed on that yet, Trustee Oldperson. We would imagine that we would leave some of that up to the discretion of the teacher, but we also want to give them some guidance around that so they understand what a mask break is.
Trustee Decker?
I know that during the task force meetings, we heard from folks who had been unhappy about how masks were at times enforced, that students, and having said that, certainly there are always times where students don't like rules being enforced. That's typical, right? That's part of how we manage our rules in school. And so that's something teachers are always working on, how to do that in a positive and encouraging way, right? That's not unusual to masks. But I am curious about how the district is considering enforcement. We enforce other kinds of dress codes. Those are controversial too. I'm curious about how all of that kind of plays together and what the approach will be toward really standing behind this requirement as a requirement.
Yes, we've chatted about that already. I think I'm going to allow Russ and Vinny to answer that. I know they've talked about that and how they would roll that out to principals. I think it is critically important that after a decision is made, no matter what the decision is, we're going to have to clarify a lot of these protocols with our school principals and our teachers, because those are the folks on the front line, right? And so we need to be crystal clear on what we would expect and how we're planning to enforce it. But I would let, if you don't mind, Vinny and Russ talk about this, because I know they've chatted about it already.
Yeah, thanks, Rob. I can start off, and then Vinny, whatever I might miss, please jump in. So, the first thing we're going to do is offer kids a mask. If they come to school and they don't want to wear the mask, we're going to have some available and offer them a mask. And then we're going to involve parents in that discussion and try and bring people together at the table and talk through things. There's always a medical reason that we can accommodate masks through a 504 with a physician sign off, that then we can make some accommodations for kids who might have a specific reason that masks just simply don't work for them. And we would certainly accommodate that through a 504 plan. Then we're going to, then you got to look at more other things, a dress code violation, not attending. And of course, that isn't the area we want to go. We want to make this a positive experience, and we want to work with parents and try and sit down and reasonably discuss what we need to do and how it affects us.
Can I ask another? I know probably a lot of people have, and Vinny probably wanted to chime in too. I'm sorry. No, we're good. So the second piece to that is, I know that parents were asked quite a while ago to sign up for the online academy if that was their choice. Will there be an opportunity for parents to make that choice if their preference would be that their student not be required to wear a mask?
Yes, we still have that option available. I will tell you that it is limited by staff. We unfortunately, staff are not an unlimited commodity, so we can't continue to hire staff, especially as the year gets going. But we are expecting after this decision this evening that we will have some back and forth from MOA, going into MOA or coming out of MOA, and that option will still be available. We'll use that as an option as much as we can for parents to accommodate.
Okay, I'm Trustee Abgaris.
Thank you. Rob, just expanding on Trustee Oldperson's question. Our kids are in the care of MCPS educators for 7 hours a day. So with these, if we were to adopt this, how many hours a day, and this isn't exact, but how many hours a day would you say our kids are going to have to wear a mask? You know, what amount is class time and what amount is non-class time where they would have breaks from that?
It's a great question. I'm going to try to answer as best as I can, but Vinny or Brooke might have a better answer. I would tell you that if you think about the times when they're not wearing a mask, they're not wearing a mask at recess when they're outside. They're not wearing a mask at lunch when they're eating, obviously. There are times in the classroom where there could be a mask break. Maybe if the teacher stepped outside with their class just to take a mask break or did a walk around the school. There's also other things we've chatted about, like in PE, where there's exertion, you know, but kids can still maintain 6 feet of distance from each other. That PE might be a place where we could lower masks under certain circumstances. So it would be hard for me to say an exact number, but I think what you're going to see this year is more than it was last year in terms of not having a mask on. Vinny, would you add anything to that?
Yeah, I think also to that point, Dr. Watson is trying to get outside as much as we can. We talked about that with staff. Staff did such an amazing job last year, and our families of being so flexible and understanding. But if you can remember, there still was that guidance that even outside, if you were in large groups, if you couldn't maintain distancing, they still wanted you to mask, and that was a challenge for us, even with mask breaks at recess, before school, after school, during lunch. So I think obviously smoke's going to play a fun piece to that, but I think if we can get outside and safely be out there, you'll see more staff and students trying to get outside for additional mask breaks. And I think that's going to be one of the messages that Brooke and I talk about with staff next week when we send out guidance, is trying as much as we can to give our students mask breaks and our staff.
Okay, Trustee Oldperson.
Thank you, Chair Lorenzen. Dr. Watson, in hearing Trustee Decker talk about the task force, I know there's teacher representation on there. Are you able to elaborate on what the teachers' thoughts are on the new guidelines that you're putting forward?
Yeah, so what I can tell you is the task force meetings, the 3 that we had, we split them up because not everybody could make the same day. We really provided quite a few different options. We provided an option where there was no restrictions, or what we call optional or recommended, versus a required option, and everything in between. And we got feedback on all of them. I would say for the most part, just to answer your question directly, teachers supported the notion of requiring masks. However, they understand that it's not going to be easy to enforce. I think that was the sort of the pluses and the minuses behind the requirement. More consistently at K-5, it was more unanimous at K-5 because of the unvaccinated kiddos. Less so at 6-12 in terms of requirement. However, when we talked about the middle school issue, very difficult. The teacher said it would be very difficult to do 6th grade and not do 7th and 8th grade. So that presented some problems too. But I would say overall, the teacher recommendation was mixed.
Okay. Actually, I want to follow up on the smoke, because is there a chance that the masks are an advantage and that the kids could be outside more in a smoke situation if they had their masks? Have you approached the county about that?
Well, we had thought about that, and Brooke Krininger actually has some good advice on that. So I don't know if Brooke would unmute and share that. I don't think it's much an advantage as we think it would be because of the type of masks.
Yeah, it just depends. The mask would have to be able to filter out the particle sizes that are an issue in the environment. And most of the ones that we're concerned with are the PM 2.5. Masking outdoors could offer some slight protection from some of those particles, but probably not significant.
Okay, are there any other trustee questions? Trustee Mercer?
Just to follow up on that, I mean, if there is a mandate to wear masks, wouldn't it make sense to wear the best masks available? I mean, so we could provide, I mean, you know, my job provides, you know, why not just provide them all?
We have the ability to provide a mask for any student that doesn't have one. We have a limited number of the N95 masks, and I honestly don't know. We'd have to talk to pediatricians if those are really recommended for younger kids. I don't know that. We have more of the disposable surgical masks, which are better than the cloth masks, and we can provide those. We also know that some students are going to feel more comfortable in their own mask like they did last year. And so we would want to allow that.
Yeah, and I will add that N95 masks tend to be pretty uncomfortable to wear them all day. And so they might be tolerated less by students. And they're generally used in, you know, reserved for medical people. The KN95s that we have would definitely be too large for most elementary school students. And we would have to look to see if we could find them in child sizes. But generally a 2 or 3 layer good, well-fitting mask or a surgical mask is going to be adequate in these school settings like it was last year.
Okay, Trustee Gale, did you have your hand up?
Sorry about that. I had to find my unmute button there. Mr. Lodge, I have a question for you. Kind of tap grants around this a little bit here. I'd like you to expand on a little bit here. How are we going to deal with the general public, students, things of that nature if we have non-compliance? What are we prepared to do? What is the district's policy going to be here? And how is that going to be handled? Let's kind of expand on that a little bit, if you would please.
So wanted to point out to Trustee Gale that we've got Bia Culliva on the line as well. She's researched this topic quite a bit from the legal standpoint, so she may be able to elaborate as well. Russ?
Yeah, and just I want to clarify one point I made earlier too, and then I'll get to your question. But I mentioned the 504 accommodation. One of the caveats of that is that we would be glad to accommodate a child in a 504, but when they came back to school, they'd still have to be somewhat separated from the rest of the kids or isolated, because they're going to have to be in a separate room. They're not going to be able to travel with their kids and their classes because they obviously don't have a mask on, but we would do our best to accommodate that 504. So I can let Bia dovetail on what I'm about to say, but you know, in all honesty, we're somewhat limited. I mean, it comes down to if a student just refuses to do it, then our only choice is to not have the student in school and to send them home. And, you know, repeated times of that is not what we're after. So that's why I stressed a little bit earlier that we need to visit with parents and we need to try and be on the same page and trying to reach some type of agreement, because we don't have the ability to do anything really but that if it's a continued situation where a high school student or a middle school student just won't put on a mask. And Bia, you might be able to expand on that.
Sure.
I'll give it to you.
So, yeah, so schools have the ability to put rules into place that students have to follow, and like any other rule, it would be found in directives to students, either through the handbook or through directives to parents. And if a student refuses, then generally, particularly last year when we had students who couldn't or wouldn't wear masks, it was determined that they were essentially selecting the online academy. So we can't, if we're going to rely on the universal masking with regard to the protocols that we have in place with quarantine, et cetera, then we're going to need to enforce it, which means that we wouldn't allow students to remain on campus if they refuse to wear masks. Generally, schools use progressive discipline to try to work with the student and the parents to try to get them to understand that it is a rule that requires compliance. And like Russ said, if the final decision essentially is a student will not comply, then the school can do one of two things. You can choose to move through the disciplinary process up to and including expulsion, or you can place the student in the online academy for any length of time to allow the student to choose to comply with your rules.
And what about general public?
Well, that's going to be a little bit different. So there's House Bill 501 that says that it's not a criminal trespass for an individual to refuse to wear a mask. However, there are different avenues the district has to enforce compliance with its rules. So there's a couple different statutes in Montana that talk about disruption of a school, and that's something the school can enforce to remove individuals from their property. There's also disorderly conduct that comes into play if you are, again, disrupting a school, if you refuse to follow the directions of school staff. So the school wouldn't be able to, and wouldn't seek to have anyone cited for criminal trespass, but the school can use its current policies in 4313 and 4315 to enforce its rules, and if necessary, give notice to individuals that they're not allowed to stay on campus. And I'm assuming this probably came up for some folks last year, where you had general public, maybe it'd be parents or vendors that were not complying with the masks. And I don't know, Russ or Rob, if that did come up, but generally we would tell folks that they need to put their masks on if they want to come into the building. And if they chose not to put their masks on, then we wouldn't permit them to remain in the building.
Well, they revised the criminal trespass pretty clearly, and that, I mean, if I'm in the building and I'm just standing there without my mask on, I'm not being disorderly. But I've been asked to leave because I don't have a mask. I mean, the only thing you can really do for that is criminal trespass. And
No, the school has a whole bunch of different rules that apply to following the directions of individual school staff members. And there's a long line of court cases that talk about a school's right to enforce rules. And they're talking about the safety and welfare of the student body population. So criminal trespass isn't the only option. There's civil trespass. There is a policy that permits the board to ban someone from coming onto school property. And that can be for failing to follow the directive of a staff member. And Mike, I agree, it's not cut and dry by any means. When you have the language in House Bill 702, when the Department of Public Health and Human Services put out its frequently asked questions, they specifically said an employer, including a governmental entity, can require everyone on its property to wear masks. And then in 501, it says it's not a criminal trespass if you refuse to wear your mask. So there is some confusing language in there for sure, but MCPS and most school districts that use the MTSBA model policies have those specific policies in place right now that do permit boards to ban folks from coming onto their school property. And if someone doesn't follow that direction from the board, that you can use to bring the cops in. It's a disorderly conduct if you refuse to leave generally. But you're right, it's not cut and dried.
Rob, I have a question. I guess with or without the mask, but are we going to be able to visit schools next year as a board?
Yeah, that's definitely something that we want to put back in place. One of the things that the CDC is recommending is to limit the number of visitors. So you allow visitors in your school, but you may have to limit it. And then when I say that, in an elementary classroom, you might have a class party and say 5 parents show up to help with the class party. That might be too many adults in the room. So we may have to give some direction to staff about that. But to short answer your question, Diane, yes, we intend to figure out a way to get board visits back into schools so you can kind of see what's going on in the school setting.
Okay, any other trustee comments or questions? Trustee Gale?
so, Mr. Watson, I've got a question here, and I just I'd like to see the rationale of where we're going in this direction right now. So we're going off of guidance from the local health department, the CDC, American Association of Pediatrics, and the whole alphabet soup of all these different places. Which one of those have told us that we are required to have masks?
Well, none of them tell us that we're required to have masks. None of them actually have any supervisory control over us at this point in time. Even the health department, I don't think, is issuing any health orders. I don't know if they're allowed to do that. So none of the organizations you spoke of have any supervisory control over us. Even last year, with the exception of the health department, the other agencies didn't have any supervisory control over us. So no, we're not required by those organizations to require masks. They're recommending that we do it, but it's not required.
I guess I'm just curious why we're going to such an extreme measure. I wasn't able to participate in any of the COVID meetings that you had. I did speak at one of them. And I have reviewed some of the comments and things there, but I got to be quite honest with you. It seemed to be very linear. The direction seemed to be, you had a destiny in mind, and that's where you were going to go. And the conversations went that direction. There's, if you don't open up to both sides of the equation, you end up with a very one-sided argument. And this has become a very passionate, there's people talking to all of us from one side or the other of this argument here. I didn't see anything, but like I said, the best way I could describe it is a linear path. And I think that's created a lot of derision here in creating this, because we didn't really involve both sides of the equation into this process here. I go back to my original question there. Why are we taking such an extreme measure here? One of the things, and I don't remember him being mentioned, is there's a professor, Rodney Sturdivant from Baylor University down in Texas. His profession is studying these kinds of things here. And he's made it very clear that the science is clear that non-sterile cloth masks in a non-sterile environment have no effect on COVID or any of its variants. I don't want to get down in the weeds where we are conversing on one thing or the other here on the science, because let's face it, the CDC has gone from one side to the other. They've changed the goalposts so many times. We've got recent guidance here from the Montana Department of Health and Human Services, the governor's office, and OPI have come out here and expressed, let's open this up for parental choice here. That is, the governor yesterday in a press conference made it very clear, mandates do not work. And we need to leave this up to individual choice.
Okay.
And back to what I was saying before, nobody has mandated the school district to do this. Why are we going on this extreme road?
Okay, Mike, the kind of questions you're asking are actually the kind of debate that we will have between the trustees. Superintendent Watson and none of the staff will make this decision. Only trustees can make this decision. So if we're done with the questioning part.
I realize that. I was just trying to get the rationale of why we take such an extreme measure to this point. I didn't mean to step out of line. I'm sorry about that. I was just trying to get why we're going in this direction here.
And we're not shutting it down. I just would like to redirect the conversation to a conversation between decision makers when we're finished asking questions of our administrators. So does anyone have any remaining questions for the administration about this recommendation? Trustee Mercer.
Very explicit of council. In your opinion, having reviewed all Montana law, Montana Constitution, does the school board have the authority to make a mask mandate?
Yes, you do. Montana recognizes local control. And if you look specifically at the history during the legislative session, during this session, they did not attempt to even ban schools from using masks. I think, particularly if you look at the letter from the governor and the state superintendent, what they are asking schools to do is to consider parent input. At no time do either one of those individuals state that schools don't have the authority to do it. So local control gives you the authority to put this measure in place if you believe it is necessary for the safety and welfare of students.
Okay, Trustee Decker, do you have a question for administration?
I do.
Okay.
Superintendent Watson, do you see this process that led up to this recommendation at this time as having happened in a substantively different way than any of the many recommendations that were made to us over the past 18 months? And did we use any kind of different process in developing that recommendation, considering it? Was there something, did we look to a different place? Did we involve parents in a lesser extent? And the second part of my question is, do we see this as a final decision, or is it possible that in the future we may need to take more stringent measures, or given what happens in the community, may we be able to move in a different direction as things change? I guess what I'm trying to share for folks who may not have been playing along at home, some of the context around where this decision really has come from and how we see our process continuing to play out.
And it's not a decision yet, it's a recommendation.
Decision to bring forward this recommendation. Thank you.
I think the COVID task force, when we started it in October, I think probably my only regret is we didn't start it earlier last year. I think it's been a good process. I think we have a good cross representation of parents, staff members. I recognized about halfway through the year last year we were missing some voices from some of our populations, and we added those. I think it's a dynamic process that can change. But I will tell you, we've consistently used a consensus style decision-making process all along. All of our meetings have been open to the public. Some of our meetings are more well-attended than others, but they're always open to the public, and we always have an opportunity on each meeting for public comment. So I think the decision process has been pretty consistent over the last 10 months.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Avgaris, do you have a question for the administration?
Yes, ma'am, I do. Rob, at what point, if we adopt this recommendation, and I'll ask this question more generally because I know you won't answer it if I answer it or ask it too directly. At what point does the CDC recommend that we not have masks in school?
Well, the CDC guidance applies to communities where there's significant spread. I think they would also tell you that they generally would encourage masks all the time in schools, regardless if there's significant spread or not. What's different here is that they've upped that a little bit. They said in areas where there's significant spread, they not only recommend it in schools, they recommend it in all indoor facilities. So it's more than just schools now for the CDC. I would tell you that's a good question, Trustee Avgaris, because I would tell you that they would probably recommend masks through the whole year, just based on what their current recommendation says. I don't know if that's what we will do. I think it's a good question to ask, and it's one that I'll ask the COVID task force. Is like, at what point do we look at other things? So now we've got this community data. We're going to use school-based data. We're going to talk as a COVID task force, like where do we diverge from this and decide, what might be different for our community.
Trustee Oldperson, did you have a question?
Thank you, Chair Lorenzen. Dr. Watson, do you and the administration have another plan for after the 6 weeks? Because this is a recommendation for 6 weeks to look at the data again then. And then do you guys already have an idea of what will come to the board then? Like, maybe like high school is very different than our K-8, like we were speaking about. So, will you have nothing until you see more data come in? And it's a community, we're public education, it's a community issue. And so the community actions are impacting what's happening right now within the school.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned that, Trustee Oldperson. I was going to mention this in my report, but I'll say it now. I want the board to understand that last year, nothing we did in school really impacted what happened in the community. In fact, it was just the opposite. When you watch that data, when the community cases went up, then our school cases went up. Now, granted, they didn't go up as much or as fast as the community cases, but what happened in the community, what will happen in the community has a direct impact on the number of cases in our schools. And we saw that last year. I think we'll continue to see that this year. I want to say that just because we require masks, if that's the board's decision, just because we require masks, I wouldn't expect that the entire community is all of a sudden going to start requiring masks. I don't think we have that much influence. And so I've removed that from at least from my vision. I think what it is all about is keeping our kids safe when they're at school. That's really what it comes down to. And I have no hopes that we're going to influence the community or influence the community numbers based on this decision. Having said that, your question about what happens next is a good question. We're going to continue to look at the data at the community. What we're going to have in 6 weeks, what we don't have right now, is we're going to have school-based data in 6 weeks. We'll know what's happening in schools. We'll also know what's happening in some other large AA school districts around the state. We'll be able to compare that with what's happening in our schools. It will be another difficult decision and difficult discussion with our COVID task force, but one that I think they're up to the challenge, because we've had some very difficult decisions over the last many months with the COVID task force. And I think they can look at this with a critical eye, and they'll make a decision for what happens next in 6 weeks.
I have a question about transportation, because for some reason they're able to mandate masks on airplanes, mandate masks on city buses. Presumably they're mandated on our school buses. So if we voted not to have a mandate in the school, would they still have to wear them on the school bus?
They would, according to the county health office, that was a requirement because it's transportation. So yes, they would still have to require them on buses.
Bia, did you have something to add?
Yeah, I was going to say that the issue with the buses is that CDC has issued an order requiring masks on public transportation. School buses are technically public transportation. So,
okay.
So no matter what, no matter what you guys decide, we still have to enforce masks on buses so long as that CDC order is in place.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions for administration about this recommendation? And seeing no questions, the administration recommends that trustees approve the MCPS face covering guidelines for all K-12 students, with the understanding that the guidelines will be reviewed by the board at the first meeting in October. Do we have such a motion? Moved by trustee Decker. Is there a second? Second by trustee Oldperson. So now we have a motion on the floor that will be decided by a vote of the trustees. Typically, and I think you all know we operate on a simple majority. There's no need for a consensus. I will take a roll call vote when we're done debating this. So first we will debate amongst ourselves, and then we will take public comment, but we don't interact with the public, and we don't get to talk again after we hear from the public, which is a little difficult. So are there any trustees that would like to speak to their fellow trustees about this proposed, or about the motion on the floor? Trustee Oldperson?
I'm speaking as a mother of 3 boys under 12 who are not vaccinated and come from a population that has had terrible interactions with the COVID-19. And I am very concerned about their safety and the need for them to have coverings to be safe. And the recommendation has come, it's safety, public safety. And it's what I do at the university. I think it's really important. And I do not want to bury a child. I don't want to have any other child buried out of our school district. And I think that's one thing is when we took our oath is that we were to protect our students. And this is one way that we're doing this in this pandemic.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Vogel?
Thank you. I have 2 points to raise. First, at this time last year, we made a decision to go to the hybrid model and offer an option for online learning. We discussed the need to keep students and staff safe because many of them had family members at home who were vulnerable because of underlying health conditions. We made a lot of our decisions out of an abundance of caution, but we are 1 year later removed from that situation, and now we have a vaccine, and most of our community and many of our students have been vaccinated. The availability of a vaccine means that we can make different decisions now. The virus has mutated and will continue to do so. It's behaving as a virus does. If we impose a mask mandate now out of fear of this variant, then we will always have masks because it will always be mutating. People will always find a reason to continue a mask mandate. You will never be satisfied with the numbers that you want. Looking closely at a cloth mask, it has holes that are big enough for a microscopic virus to pass through. I see it as like closing a screen door to keep the wildfire smoke out. My second point has to do with the message that we as board members send to staff and MCPS families. We do want to keep our staff and our students safe. But if we make mask a requirement, it sends a clear message that we believe our staff and families are not intelligent enough to make the decisions for themselves. The board now has to make that decision for them. I don't know about you, but I have confidence in our staff and our families to make decisions based on their individual health needs. If they feel they need to wear a mask to school, then they should be allowed to do so. I have confidence that staff know how to take care of themselves and the families know how to take care of their kids. I will be voting against this recommendation as it stands, and I would love to see language change to a more recommended option. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Vogel. Trustee Mercer.
So I have a process point and I guess two substantive points. My process point is been on the school board for a little over a year. Last year during this, there's some real hard decisions. I was on the minority side of a couple of those votes. I stand by those votes. I thought the balance of harms then we should have opened fully. What I want to say at a process level is, and this I guess to the public, I have never seen any hint of any member of this board that it was anything other than people of this community voting their conscience and trying to do the right thing. And that is, I'm sure, what will happen again. So having been on the losing side of some of those votes has given me no doubt, though, about the motivation of the board. And I probably can't convince people out there in the public, but I hope you should know that about your board. They are just people trying to do their best. My substantive things are, in the public comment, on the packet I saw, page 383, there's a comment from Dr. Stenger, who is the director of the Family Medical Residency Program in Missoula. He is the medical doctor member of the County Health Board. He is one of the smartest and finest people I've ever known. He is unequivocal from a medical standpoint that masking is the right thing, is the community public health safety thing to do. Which brings me to my second point. I don't wear masks for me. They're not for me. They're the people I'm gonna cough on. That's what it's for. And if it has to be for the community. If the mask only saved you, I would be entirely in favor of individual choice and you suffer the consequences of your choice. The mask is about the community. And for me, growing up in Montana, we look out for our neighbors.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Decker.
Thanks. One of the hardest things about being a school board member, which I've now been for 6.5 years, is that we are expected to make decisions about so many things about which we are not experts. We are not experts about school law. We are not experts about school finance. We are not experts about curriculum and instruction. Most of us are not experts about building remodels. Most of us are not experts about architecture or engineering. And yet here we are. And what do we do in those situations? We look to expert input. It is my job as a board member to do two things, I think. Look to expert input to guide my decisions with the values of what's best for kids and our community at the heart. So it's the head and looking to experts, and it's the heart and following our values. I don't feel that it's our job as a board to be debating the science, and it frustrates me as a society that issues like this have become issues of politics and preference rather than issues of public health. One of the reasons why we were even able to consider coming back to school on a full-time schedule was because the things we did last year worked. With cases going up in our community now, it feels like I'm frustrated, I'm depressed about having to wear masks again. My son did the online academy for all of last year. Our family has struggled like most to deal with all of what this last year has meant. And I get it, people are tired of being told to do things that they don't want to do. To be frank, it sucks. But this is where we are. And I'm going to do my responsibility to take expert input, including from our own medical community here in Missoula, but more importantly, from the national experts who have in fact been consistent about what they say is best for us to do for our kids in schools. And I'm pleased to have put the motion forward, and I'm absolutely going to be supporting it.
Thank you. Trustee Abgaris?
Thank you. You know, in any debate on a board or anywhere in life, it's always important to find common ground for everyone. This is obviously a hot topic, and that common ground's hard to find. But I think I found two that everybody can agree on. One, the single most important thing, hands down, no close second place, is that our kids are in school every single day, full days. Everybody I think agrees to that. Number two, that I think everyone agrees on is we don't want to wear masks. Nobody wants to. There's nobody on this board or probably that's going to public comment here that wants to wear a mask. The debate is whether it's necessary. I have concerns. Dr. Watson, you brought up one of them a little while ago. The effectiveness of us doing masks in our buildings. There's no masks in our community. That could change tomorrow. We're about ready to go over that 25 per day, and it could be in restaurants and Lowe's and Home Depot and everywhere else before we know it. But today it's not. So we would be the first organization in Missoula that would require masks. Our population is the least susceptible to this bug. So to me, being proactive and is good, but for this, I just don't know. It sits with me whether that's the right thing or not. The other thing that looking at our reopen plan, the recommendations from the CDC, and this is oversimplification, and I know that, but really masks in our classroom are really only protecting our students against the 20 or 30 kids that are in their class. But when they're out on recess, they're not going to wear a mask. When they're in the lunchroom eating, they're not going to wear a mask. So what effect does that really have? It's a recommendation for the CDC, and we trust the professionals, but just putting it on a micro level, that one's hard for me to sit with a little bit. The third thing I would say that is a concern for me is we are taking decisions from the parents, but whatever our decision is today, we're taking decisions from the parents, right? Whether it's putting masks on or nobody wearing them, that's a decision that we're taking away from parents. So that one is just going to be a rough decision. It just is. It's going to be a hard thing that we have to do. The professionals really, what this is, and the way you worded this recommendation, Dr. Watson, was really in a way of the professionals don't know that the Delta variant in this state is 2 weeks old, 3 weeks old, maybe 4 weeks old. So the professionals are really asking for more time is what they're asking for. Let's look at the data. Let's understand a little bit better, which I get that. In India, and this is data that's out there. I'm not making stuff up. In India and the UK, the Delta variant flamed out quickly. And maybe that does. Maybe by the second week of school, we're back down below 10 and we're doing great. It's very, very possible. So one thing that Trustee Decker brought up in our COVID task force meeting that I thought was really smart is that she said, we have to look at what the folks around us are doing too. And whether we love the decisions or not, we're part of a community. So what's happening around us? I took it, and Rob, please correct me if any of this is wrong. I just looked at the other AA schools and where they're at right now. In Kalispell, they're having the same discussion tonight. In Billings, they voted for the superintendent to make the decision, which, hey, we can do that too. In Bozeman, they have voted for no mask, but tomorrow or the next day, their COVID task force getting together and they're reviewing that with the new data that they have. I didn't find what Great Falls is doing. In Helena, they are voting tonight, but it's looking like K-8 will have mask and high school will not, but they're gonna vote on it tonight. And then in Butte, there's no decision. They're gonna go clear up to the day of school for a decision. So a lot of these places that we thought were going to be no masks, they're looking back at it and they're kind of circling back and saying, Do we give it a few weeks? Do we, do we do a safety thing here just to see? So that's why I would say, my opinion today compared to 3 weeks ago is a little bit different. It's evolved. And I think that's for a lot of people. Our COVID task force has evolved. It's public knowledge, so I'll share it on here. But in June, the major recommendation is that if you're above the age of 12, so probably 6 through 12, or maybe 9 through 12, we weren't going to require masks. And in K-5, we would until a vaccine came. And that was what the recommendation is going to be. That's what Rob had lined up until this happened. So I still struggle with this. I still, if I had my perfect world, would at least have 9-12 have the option. I think it affects 9-12 harder, wearing masks every day. Those kids they're adults, they're young adults. So the challenge is more there. I don't think, and this is an opinion that's based on just being around a lot of elementary kids, I don't think they're bothered by wearing a mask. I don't think it's a big deal to them. It's just something that they do, and it's fine. So I don't know. It's a challenging decision, but I do encourage the public when you're talking, and all of us to think that we do have common ground. And really, any decision we make, it's about keeping the kids in school. We do not want to go to hybrid. We're not going to go to all online. We have to keep the kids in school 5 days a week and give our educators the freedom to be able to teach them the way that they see is fit best.
Thank you, Trustee Avgaris. Trustee Gale?
Sorry, I had to find my mute button again. So I got a couple of things I want to run by everybody here. If I haven't expressed it to you, I want to make sure that everybody knows my priorities are based on what's best for the kids here. I mean, that's the ultimate goal. Again, I think that's something that I think we can all agree on, everything that we're doing here. But let's face it, we're in a quagmire. There's tremendous outcry on both sides, and we seem to have lost focus on what's important and what's best for the kids. And I don't see where promoting the use of masks is kind of following that logic and the knowledge that we need to be working down the streets with. Test scores are down. Rob, you've confirmed that for me. Attendance is down. We've lost enrollment. We could spend all day talking about mental health issues here. We haven't touched on that at all tonight. Suicides rising, depression, anxieties are going through the roof. And what is the one thing that's affecting all these things? It's when you take and you cover that child's face up and they can't communicate. The facts are clear by most recent statistics that the children are the least susceptible to this. And we haven't even begun talking about staph or other bacterial infections that occur from continued mask wearing. I think we can all say, and even Jeff, you even mentioned that before, this is we all want to return to normalcy. We want our kids experiencing being kids and not suffering undue harm for the so-called cure. And let's face it, Montana's the sentiment here, we want to get back to normal. And Montanans are very independent and very opinionated, as if we've all kind of learned here in the last couple of days. And we're all witnessing these comments. But I know I'm going to speak for probably the vast majority of people. When you come out and tell me that I have to do something, I'm sorry, the first thing I'm going to say is no. But you ask for my help and you get an entirely different answer. And here we are, we're mandating something here when we just got someone back to normal, and we have the influence of the legislature and the governor saying we need to be emphasizing asking for help. It's time to start asking for help instead of mandating it. And we're going to also find that you're going to find better compliance by asking for help and more appreciative of the work that we do, especially with you, Rob. The legislature took special note on how out of touch the health departments were last year. And they got spanked for it. They don't have the authority to do the things that they were doing before. They can't enforce a mask mandate. Those days are gone. So here we are, we're going to be in a situation that they're going to be, as Jeff, as you pointed out, we're going to have kids in school wearing masks, but the minute they go to Home Depot with the parents at the grocery store, they're going to be involved in these environments that we're all over the place. We're not sending a clear, consistent message across the board with the entire community here. As you all know, I am a past law enforcement officer, and I take individual rights very personal. It's my bone, my background. And frankly, having a mandate mocks that individuality. I want to repeat something, and I know that was not brought up. I mentioned it briefly here before when I spoke out of turn, and I apologize for that. But there's a Professor Sturdivant from Baylor University, and he is the foremost expert in this field. He says, masks do not prevent the spread of this virus. And there's no science to support that wearing a non-sterile cloth mask in a non-sterile environment does anything to spread the COVID-19 or any of its variants. So without going on too much longer, all I want to say is I think our proper recommendation here is to follow the same guidance that we talked about before with the CDC. They're all over the place right now, but currently nobody is mandating the fact that we need to have masks. I believe the proper recommendation from this board is to recommend the use of masks, but we also need to have some language in there too, that no time any person can discriminate against employee, staff, or other member for failure to mask, for wearing a mask. And also I believe that we need to kind of add in language about that as well, as about to vaccinate or not vaccinate. That shouldn't be this board's place to be imposing medical advice on family members. So I think I've got my point across. I'll move on.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to speak my own piece before we start going a second from anybody. You know, I will always be the awkward farm girl from rural Missoula County who had to come to school on the bus. And the idea that the kids who come in on the bus have to be masked on the bus under a CDC order. The kids that drive to school or walk to school don't. And then when they get to school, they don't wear the mask, but before they get back on the bus, they better hope they didn't lose it during the day because they got to wear it on the way home on the bus. So that really strikes me as it's usually our rural populations, usually our less advantaged populations that are going to be having to wear this mask on the bus. So we can't forget that. We do a lot of things, especially in our high schools, around the outlying areas. We serve outlying areas, we serve independent K-12 districts. So I think it's something to think about. It would just be one more knock against the kids that have to ride the bus. If they had to wear a mask on the bus and the other kids, you know, didn't have to wear it. So just something to remember how it feels to that. I think for me, we got the letter from the governor, and the governor said we should listen to public opinion. So I went through the first packet of comments, the 371-page packet, and I'll tell you what I read. And I made a mark, whether they're a con or optional, and whether they were so off topic I couldn't tell what they were saying. So I read 269 comments. 213 were for a mask mandate. 52 were either against a mask mandate or they wanted it optional. And 4 were pretty unclear. So I don't know, I think I heard the term vast majority, but I'm looking at about 4-1 in favor when we read public comment. And as always, it's more the practicality of things. I think that there was one letter that said, why didn't we open up some of the schools for the unmasked and the other schools for the masked kids? But we've always focused so hard on neighborhood schools, keeping the kids in their neighborhood schools. I read letters from people who were going to not send their kids to school if they had to wear a mask. And there were people going to not send their kids to school if the other kids weren't wearing masks. And I understand there's an online academy, but there's also a risk that we're making permanent disruptions to these kids' school placements based on a temporary situation. I mean, if they pull out and go into homeschool, or if they lose their seat in their neighborhood school because of something that is temporary, we hope it's temporary. And I think then there's the question of the optional mask. How is the teacher going to know which parent wants their kid to wear the mask? It's really not going to be up to the parent. It's going to be up to the child. Once they get off the bus, then they take off the mask. Even if the parent wanted them to wear it, we don't know. We don't know. Maybe there's a basket of masks. The other kids are wearing masks. They grab one and put it on, even though the parents didn't want them to wear a mask. So the practicality of it is that mandated masks throughout the population is clearly the preference of the public. It is not fair that our rural populations have to wear them on the bus, but not in the school, and the other kids don't. It just really, that's a sore point for me. And so I'm in favor of requiring it. I'm especially thrilled with number one, the idea that we would keep them in school, that they would be less likely to get sent home on a quarantine if there was a mask mandate. Because the radius of influence of a person who's infected would be considered 3 feet instead of 6 feet. And so the main thing is we don't be disrupting these people's lives, sending the kids home under quarantine, because we know how hard that is on the families. So I'm in favor of the universal masking requirement. And then we have, are there any trustees that haven't been heard yet that want to speak? Okay, Trustee Alperson, did you want to speak again?
Yeah, thank you, Chair Lorenz. And I think you hit it. What I wanted to say was it is temporary. It's 6 weeks and we'll look at the data and move back and see what we need to do. But right now, this is getting my children, your children, the public education that they need in the schools. And it's what, like you said, we don't have to quarantine those close contacts if everybody has those on. And that's keeping children in the classroom, which I think is our goal as public educated. And the fact that it's local government, we were all elected, well, not all of us, but we were elected to be in these positions and we had open seats and no one filled them. And so I think that just talks to no one, everybody has said through all the public comments that we've read, received, phone calls, social media, everything that we have received as public officials, I took to heart and I did respond to people, and some can talk about that. I did, but it's not an easy decision at any level. And I'm speaking as a parent of children who are not vaccinated. And that is what's leading my choice tonight. And that's why I second this, because they're vulnerable. And so if it's to keep them in school, that's why I'm doing it. And it's temporary until our school district can look at our data with Dr. Watson and his team, and then see what we can do then in 6 weeks. It's not the academic year, it's 6 weeks, and then we can reevaluate and see what's best after looking at our data.
Okay, we have Trustee Decker again.
Thanks. I know we're about to switch over to public comment in a few minutes, and I'm sure there are lots of folks who do want to say things. We mentioned, I shared at one of the task force meetings that it really hurts to think that a process like this would end up with people feeling unheard. And a decision going the way that you do not prefer does not mean that you have not been heard. I want to make sure that people hear us say that. Speaking for myself, I read every single one of the public comments that were submitted in writing, literally all 561 pages of public comment. And I'm seeing lots of nods. I know that my fellow trustees take their responsibilities really seriously and do that as well. I want people to know that we are going to listen to you tonight and that we care about you and your experiences in the district a great deal. And I hope that in hearing all of this discussion, you are hearing the kind of thinking behind decision-making that helps you trust our district, even when decisions, and I've been on the, as Cohen said, losing side of decisions too, in the past. Things don't always go the way that I would choose. And I don't know how things will go tonight, but I want to just assure people that you are heard and that you matter to this district.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Abgaris.
Thanks. I will be brief. I've spaced saying two things. Piggybacking what Trustee Decker just said about listening to folks at the COVID task force meeting that we were at. A gentleman had brought up a JAMA Pediatrics report that they put out about carbon dioxide when kids have masks on. And so I called Dr. Jennifer Hall and I asked if I could use her name because she's on our COVID task force. And I asked her about this. She researched it, and I actually have it in front of me here. They actually retracted that study. They put it out June 30th, and I think 2 weeks later they retracted it because of some of the methodology was questioned, and they asked for more data, and the data wasn't given. So I don't know that we could really trust that data for this purpose. I also asked Dr. Hall because I really trust her. As Cohen said earlier, him and I were on the not popular side of sending our kids back to school 5 days a week early. And Dr. Hall was also in that group. And so I asked her her opinion of all of this. And she, and I will speak for her a little bit here, and she really kind of swayed my opinion a little bit. She said there's just not enough data, and she really stays tuned into this, and the effects that this is having on children so far is heavier. It's affecting them. And when you marry up Delta variant with some other illnesses that can be out there that can get at the same time, it can be dangerous. So there's not enough information to know if that's going to hold percentage wise. But she said her recommendation was that, what our recommendation here is, let's get a little bit more data, whether masks, we can debate whether masks work or not, but we know if we're wearing them, they're not going to not work. If we're not wearing them, they're not going to work. There's no mask there. So I thought that was an interesting piece from her, but I just wanted to bring up, because I know the gentleman was passionate and brought up the study. And I just wanted to say that they did retract that just because of the data in that.
Okay, are there any other trustees that want to speak to the motion? Okay, I'm not seeing anybody. So all the trustees have had an opportunity to speak regarding the motion, and now we will open it up to public comment on the motion. Paul will manage the traffic on the public comment. I'm going to turn my camera off once he starts. So I'm going to read these directions specific to the comments on a particular agenda item. A reminder, this time has been established for those members of the public who wish to provide comment prior to a decision made by the Board of Trustees. Members of the public can provide comments for board consideration. This is not an opportunity for questions from the public. We can't interact with the public, that's for the trustees to know. When making comment regarding a specific agenda item, please identify yourself with first and last name and spell your last name for the record. You are encouraged to limit your comments to the specific agenda item that's being discussed. Please refrain from making specific comments about employees or comments that infringe on the confidentiality or privacy rights of others. And I do intend to try to enforce that. If I hear someone heading toward a personal statement, I will err on the side of caution and turn off their mic. Or hopefully, I think I have that power. In the interest of time, please keep your comments brief, no longer than 3 minutes. Our Zoom moderator will keep track of the time limits. In the interest of time, the public is encouraged not to repeat what has already been said by another person. If you would like to agree with something that has already been said, please say so and then add any additional comments you believe are relevant. Each person will be allowed only one opportunity to speak on a specific agenda item. So with those guidelines in place, we'll go ahead and open to public comment. And Paul, thank you for managing that. I'm going to turn off now.
All right, public participants, I will go ahead and call you by the name you identified when you signed into Zoom. I will unlock the ability for you to speak, but I'll need you to go ahead and unmute your mic and make the comment. So first up, we have Lauren Schneider. If you want to go ahead and unmute your mic, you're allowed to talk.
Thank you. My name is Lauren Snyder, and I want to say first that Jen, your words brought me to tears and so eloquently brought to light my feelings exactly on this issue. I speak today on behalf of my 5-year-old daughter who is enrolled in kindergarten this year. As her mother, I am placed in a position of great responsibility to ensure she is given the educational environment she and her peers deserve. I see and hear that we are all trying to do our best to make decisions that benefit everyone. But that said, I just can't see how making masks mandatory benefits everyone. Science and recommendations can and should be questioned and challenged, changed, revisited, adapted. We have learned a lot over the past 18 months, and what I've taken away the most is that parents, myself included, want to have the free ability to make this choice for my child and our children. The 3 main reasons I support optional masking in schools is number 1, there have been 0 COVID-related deaths in children in the state of Montana, and children make up statistically 0% or 0.02% of all COVID-related deaths nationwide. We should be cheering and applauding that this statistic is true for our children. And number 2, regardless of how you feel about this issue, individual parents know their child's health status emotional, and physical needs better than you, better than government officials, doctors, and scientists. Furthermore, it is a parental right to consent whether or not our children participate in wearing a medical device, a mask, in schools. And number 3, as was discussed in this meeting earlier about wearing masks for smoke and how that might be effective or not, and it actually has been proven to not be effective, why would we require masks for protection against viral-sized particles that are 25 times smaller than a smoke particle? Wearing a mask to prevent catching COVID or similarly sized influenza particles is like throwing sand at a chain link fence. It doesn't work. Our kids sacrificed last year for the unknowns of how the pandemic would play out. But now that we know more, and if we're following the science, this is no longer a reasonable sacrifice that children and now toddlers need to make for a virus that has a 0 statistical chance of harming them. The idea that children don't mind wearing them is, in my opinion, child abuse. We need to make masking optional so students and children can speak for themselves there. I urge you all to vote to uphold the rights of parents to choose what is best for their own child, and mask wearing be a parental choice. Thank you.
Tom Snyder, go ahead and unmute your mic and go and talk.
My name is Tom Snyder, SNYDER. Well, I don't envy the position you're all in, because whatever choice you make, someone will be upset. But you are in a position of leadership, and with that comes a lot of responsibility. You have to look through the political narrative we are in and try to follow science and data when the truth is being obscured and challenged on both sides. Through the course of this evening, you're going to hear a lot of rhetoric. You're going to hear broad stroking statements of fear and the unknown of the Delta variant, but you have to look through that and you have to try to see the facts. The facts are we have 0 COVID deaths in kids 0 to 18 in the state of Montana. People will talk about the risk of multi-system inflammatory syndrome in children as a severe reaction to COVID, but a study published by the CDC shows that the increased incident rate of this is 1 to 10 cases per 1 million. This means a child has a 99.9995% chance of not having this reaction. I don't need to go into the risk of children that are much higher within our own school systems that we do not see extreme mitigation for. Sweden went through the last school year full-time in person and without masks. They have great data to look to on how this affected spread. And when you actually look, there was no increased risk to those parents and teachers by having unmasked children in their schools compared to any other job. This was before the vaccine, so the risk now is nearly non-existent. We have done such an incredible job in our community of making vaccines widely available. And at this point, those who have gotten it, have not gotten it, have made that choice. So if our kids are not at risk and the people they are around are not at risk, then why do we continue to mask them? I'm not here as an anti-masker. Masks have been shown to work in certain settings, absolutely. But our schools are not one of them. A recent study published showed that cloth mask use over a 4-hour period became completely ineffective. Our kids are at school for a lot longer than that and have terrible mask use on top of it. Even if it was effective, good mask use would be effective. I watched a child in a mask sitting down the other day, and over the course of 5 minutes, they picked their nose 3 times and pulled their mask down half a dozen. Mask use isn't a story of halfway there is good enough. It needs to be complete and properly done. This isn't happening in our schools, and that alone should make mask mandate a moot point. What we will achieve for certain by masking kids, as shown by rigorously peer-reviewed paper, is impaired social skills, self-regulation activities, facial recognition abilities impaired by about 20%, holistic object recognition, emotional impairment, trustworthiness, phonetics learning impairment, and making schools seem like an unsafe space because it is the only place where it is required. It is easy to say my kid won't be affected, but a lot of kids in our school systems aren't as privileged as yours, and they rely on these vital lessons and emotional support from their schools and their teachers. So kids are not dying of COVID. Study after study shows they aren't major contributors of spread. Their mask use is laughable at best. We know for sure that there are long-lasting emotional impacts of learning on our kids. So why do we continue to do it? It's because we want to do something. while sometimes doing nothing is better than floundering for something. I ask you to have the courage to do what is right by making masks optional in our schools.
Hello, my name is Dr. Mageley. Can you hear me? Yeah, I'm concerned about the whole mask thing because what I didn't hear a lot about was the danger of kids of wearing masks. I appreciate what the last speaker did. That was something I wanted to do. There's no evidence that I've seen, and in a lot of the comments, I saw that people had varying opinions about wearing masks, and they think we should or they think we shouldn't. It's important that I can understand why people are afraid of infectious agents and the potential diseases that come from those agents, but not everyone that's exposed to an agent becomes sick, and kids are one of those that don't become sick. And that, like many people have said over and over again, the CDC itself says that from ages 0 to 19, 99.99% of the people that get COVID do not die. And although I can be concerned about any kid that would die, like any of us would, we all love our children. There's many, many more risky things that affect kids. And what hasn't been covered, and there's been a lot of research on this, that we need exposure to various viruses and bacteria in order to do that. So this diligence in trying to keep ourselves in these sanitary environments where we're never exposed to anything is just unrealistic and potentially dangerous. And who's going to take responsibility when people have immune compromised situations as a result of trying to protect themselves from what's turned out to be a relatively harmless thing to children? And even the CDC website itself says up to age 69, it's still only 99.5% not fatal up to age 69. So that includes the teachers as well. It's just not a situation that determines this. And, I posted on the website for the comments, the full study from Stanford University, which is an 8-page study with 67 references talking about how there's no evidence that masks do anything to stop the spread of the virus, but there's plenty of psychological and physiological damages that happen to the kids. So if we're really concerned about the children, we're willing to take these risks for the children for really no. It's frustrating to me, and I will not be sending my child to a school where they're going to force her to wear a mask when it doesn't do any good. And I want her to be socialized in the school. And I pay taxes, and those of us that don't want to do that pay taxes, and our kids are forced to go to school, which is probably a good thing because they get socialized and education. But I will find some other option and do homeschooling or private school because I'm not willing to do that. I'm not willing to put my child in that situation. Thank you.
Clint Nunley, please unmute your mic and make your public comment. All right, Clint, we're gonna move on. Joshua Wallace, please unmute your mic and make your public comment.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Josh Wallace. Last name is spelling Wallis. I just want to say thank you guys so much for your time to do this. First and foremost, I just want to say, statistically speaking, in Ravalli County, they did not require a mask mandate. And they had identical percentage of COVID cases as Missoula, both at 12%. Again, showing that masks are ineffective. Also, as Snyder and the doctor mentioned, it is psychologically harmful. Dr. Joseph Mercola believes that the real threat is sabotage on mental and emotional and physical health of our children. And Snyder hit on the other points of that as well. It also creates facial deformalities, the Journal of General Dentistry. Masking children triggers mouth breathing, which causes long narrow face, narrow mouth, high palatal vault, dental malocclusions, and unattractive facial features. It also causes acne. The Journal of Dermatologist Clinics say that moisture and germs collecting in the mask cause facial lesions and worsening acne. This stresses the immune system and can lead to permanent scarring and has been lead to depression and suicidal thoughts, which have been increasing throughout the whole pandemic. Increased risk of COVID, the neurosurgeon, Dr. Russell Blaylock, by wearing a mask, children can't exhale harmful bacteria and viruses and will not be able to escape the concentrate, and they get trapped in nasal passages, entering the olfactory nerves and travels to the brain. Also, all the masks are toxic, if not most of them. They're made of toxic carcinogen chemicals, including fire retardant, fiberglass, lead, NFV, polyfluorinated chemicals, and formaldehyde. Masks in the study by the CDC found it did not support substantial effect on transmission of viruses. It's ineffective. The American Institute of Stress found that wearing a mask is healthy individuals are ineffective against the spread of viral infections. It is unproven. The Dutch Minister of Medical Care, Tamara van Ark, asserted that the medical perspective that there is no proven effectiveness of masks. It is also reckless. Dr. Dennis Rancourt says that masking people, the government has shown that it is ignoring scientific evidence. And is also harmful. It lowers oxygen level in the blood, and that lowers the immune system. Rob, you did say that you're wanting to keep the kids safe. After hearing that the masks are ineffective and proven that Ravalli County has the same percentage and they didn't wear masks and all the potential health effects, I just don't think it's safe for children. I mean, it's more harmful than good. I mean, you can risk all these other things just to prevent a virus that doesn't even really affect kids. Well, that's my 2 cents. I appreciate you guys' time. Thank you.
Jill,
Hi,
MH.
Yeah, hi, Jill Tabor, Taber. Thank you for this time to talk. You guys hear from me a lot. I send a lot of emails and I try to show up at meetings. I am strongly opposed to mandating masks for our kids. From a data and science-driven standpoint, it doesn't make sense. I talked with a doctor at the very, very beginning of all of this, when even I was concerned about how worried should I be about this coronavirus. And he said to me, it is not a pediatric disease. How much data do we need to see that this is not a pediatric disease to stop forcing children and families into something that very well may be harmful to children? I can appreciate that we all want to do what's best for kids. And I dang sure hope that everybody sitting on that board has that goal. I think you do. But this isn't it. We cannot keep forcing kids to be masked. The data does not support it. I've heard a lot of people on this call talk about bringing people to the table, and we're listening and we're reading comments, and I appreciate that. And I'm just wondering though, when are you really going to bring parents like me to the table? When are you going to sit down with me? Are you going to wait till my kid doesn't comply? Or can you start listening to us now? There were dozens upon dozens of us standing on South Avenue today, protesting against these mandates. The town of Missoula saw us today, and I hope some of you saw us. I hope you heard that we are disappointed in these continued mandates. I know what's best for my children. Any of you listening who have children, you know what's best for your children. And all people like me are asking for is the ability to make that decision for our families. And we are watching those of you who vote against family and parental choice on this issue. We are watching. Thank you.
Jesse Thomas, please unmute your mic and make your public comment.
Hi, I just gonna jump on here and hopefully make this quick. I just want to say, first of all, that I am incredibly grateful for the people who've been in leadership positions who are making these decisions tonight. This has not been an easy time, and I appreciate all of that. We did MOA last year as a way of trying to help manage the situation, but after 18 months of information and feedback, I'm gonna jump on here and say a couple of things that I've learned in the last few years. And what I'm advocating for today is that we just don't know all the information available. But what I'm hoping that we can do is open our mindset to new information that we've been exposed to in the last year. And currently, I'm gonna take a big picture. Currently, what we do know is that our kids are going to have a shorter lifespan than we do. And that we know at this point that 40% of our kids have one form or more of chronic disease, and that it's projected in 2025, 80% of our kids will have one form of chronic disease or more. And this is information straight from the CDC. What we also know is that in the last 2 years, mental health issues amongst teens and children have skyrocketed. Isolation being the primary driving factor. Colorado this last year declared a state of emergency around mental health in their young people. We also know, and we've known this for a long time, that Montana ranks high in the nation amongst teen suicide rates. In the last 18 years, we have to strategize children's mental health in a way that is different than we've ever done in the past. Mass mandates interfere with our children's ability to relate, communicate, and connect with each other. In groups of children, this is disruptive to their learning, but it also challenges their developmental abilities and social abilities. And it cuts them off from really communicating with each other. We know that mental health is tied to immune health, right on down to the cellular level. We know many of us witnessed an increase in atypical spring and summertime illnesses. There's speculation, and I heard someone touch on this earlier, there's speculation that this is caused by extended extreme precautions used during the winter months, and many scientists are referring to this as immune debt. Immune debt is quickly defined as the unintended consequences associated with overuse of hand sanitizer, distancing, and masking. The outcomes were significant in their uptake in RSV infections, stomach viruses, and pathogens that resulted from living in an overly antiseptic environment. I also have to mention that out of the $42 billion that NIH, the National Institute for Health, spent on research last year, $0 were spent on studying kids in masks at school. We also have to acknowledge that any studies that we do find on the internet about masks are done on adults in N95 masks. So we really don't have information back. I just like to advocate that we really prioritize kids' mental health, and we really have to try to foster a learning environment that's beneficial to the children and the teachers, and let them make those decisions. We cannot be sitting here pretending that we know what that's like for them. It's really important that we give that authority to them. I also want to advocate that
Jesse, your time is up.
Okay, thanks for letting me speak.
Joseph Shushnak, please unmute your mic and make your public comment.
Thank you, Madam Chair, board members, Dr. Watson, for allowing me to speak tonight. I really want to press on the board that I am for making sure that we have parental choice. And I am on a lot of different boards, as many of you are. And I understand the leadership and the huge responsibility to not only do what's best for me and myself, but also as the community or the different organizations that I on the board with. And so one of the things that one of my old mentors said to me is never make rash emotional decisions that ultimately will come with long-lasting consequences. And so I asked the board to set aside your individual personal emotions with things, which I am so glad that you have. And I'm glad that you have your passion, because decisions that need to be made are hard. And so I also get whether one side or the other side, both sides can count numerous studies to back up their side. But as a mental health provider in Missoula, in downtown, I see a lot of kids. And so there are times where mental health is affected, not all of them, but there are some where that wearing a mask, the social distancing, the social things that go on, and there's a lot of different variables that are there. But one thing I want to press is I had a client way back when all of this kind of started with mandated and shutdowns and things. And this client was overweight and he couldn't walk down the hall with this mask. And people were like, well, why aren't you wearing your mask? Get your mask on, get your mask on, get your mask on. And it affected him. And so why we not on, I want you to look at not only one side or the other side, but make a decision based on the entire community, not just one sector of that community. And I would say, and I would advocate for parental choice so that we give the choice for the community to make what's best of a decision for their family and for their children. Thank you so much.
Mark Livesay, please unmute your mic and make your public comment.
Okay, thanks for having me, and thanks for doing this. My name is Mark Livesay, and it's Livesay. And again, thanks for staying up late. This is just a tough situation. You have heard from so many parents on the mask mandate requirement and parents' choice. I wanted to use my time to take a little bit different approach. Earlier, there were some statements made about the number of public comments and where those comments were leaning. After listening to the parents tonight that have waited nearly 3 hours to speak, that does not seem to be the case. Not a single person yet has spoken in favor of these masks. The sheer attendance and overwhelming live comments at your past meeting is yet another indication. Today, as was mentioned earlier, there was a significant protest outside the administration building. I don't know how many, but well over 100, probably pushing close to 200 parents. These are people that don't protest. A video from that protest has been posted to the Missoula Public School Facebook page. I would also like to point out that not a single parent or person, not a single one showed up against or being pro-mask, not a person. Car after car drove by honking and honking. Less than 5 cars showed a negative gesture. All of this does not mean that parents are against masks. It just means they are against the mandate and they want it to be parents' choice. Dr. Watson said earlier that they are no longer going to focus on advanced or deep cleaning or complete disinfection processes because this action has been shown not to be a significant factor. He also reported that The school's not going to be focusing on social distancing quite like we did last year, because this is also not showing to be a real major issue that we need to be concerned about. To go on further, we were informed that the school system would not be limiting event or group sizes, because again, it was really not going to be an issue, and that the overwhelming indication was we needed to be in school. Finally, it was stated that we're no longer going to be focused on quarantining our students like we did, and that we're going to keep more kids in school for longer periods of time. Sorry, for longest periods of time. Yet now the board is considering 100% forced mask mandate when there's no evidence or indication that it will do anything or have any relief for the transmission of virus. This mask viability issue falls in the exact same categories of all the items I just pointed out, yet we're going to do it, or yet we're considering it. We virtually eliminated all other COVID protocols, but we are clinging on to the mask mandate, the single issue that the majority of the parents are the most against. In closing, one of the trustees, this was said earlier, but in closing, one of the trustees was asked and pointed out so specifically that if the students wore their mask outside, it would not help to filter out smoke particles. Surely I heard that correctly. So now we are to believe that the mask won't stop the smoke, but it's going to be an effective filter as a virus. This sounds like we need to focus more on our science teachings than we do some of the other things in our schools. Again, I don't mean to sound negative. I support you guys, and I really appreciate the time.
Jacqueline, unmute your mic and make your public comment.
Hi, my name is Jacqueline Foster, Foster. I sent you all an email about the petition I did that gathered over 1,400 signatures in Montana, and I wanted to read Secretary Arnston's response to me, which I received about an hour before this meeting started. She said, "I appreciate your email to me. Safely opening our schools is an important conversation every fall. I appreciate that you are reaffirming our local control of education with Montana's over 400 elected school boards. Parents' voices are a must in determining healthcare decisions for their children. Stay well, Elsie." And I think, Superintendent Arnston's personal opinion on mask mandates is pretty clear to everyone at this point. And I thought it was nice that her email did affirm that local control of education does mean that, Missoula's decision may be different than what she prefers or what some other school district prefers, and that, you, like all school boards, are elected, and we have had a lot of great opportunities to hear from parents, including myself. And as far as state pressure goes, I am very glad that Montana has not followed some other states in pressuring and outright prohibiting mask mandates, because we've seen in the South, some school boards have become so desperate over the way that they've been forced to go online after only a week, or pediatric hospitals in their area are overrun, or I saw one district already has over 900 students in quarantine and it's only August. That some school boards in the South have been implementing mask mandates even though they're illegal in those states, because the situation has gotten so out of control. And we are so lucky that we don't have to let things get out of control before we implement this decision. We can start off with mandates, and we can gather data, and we can lift them when it's safe. An analogy I saw compared to seatbelts on airplanes. You wear your seatbelt until you get to cruising altitude, and then the seatbelt sign gets off and you can walk around. But if there's turbulence and the pilot turns the seatbelt sign back on, nobody says, "Oh, the pilot flip-flopped on seatbelts." People recognize the situation has changed, and Delta has changed our situation. My family cannot financially afford for my child to take online school, either through the online academy initially, or if schools go back to phase 1 or 2 like they've been doing in the South, or even if she's just constantly quarantined. I really think the way that mask mandates reduce the opportunity, the odds she'll be a close contact and have to be quarantined, will save our money, save our family an amount of money that we can't afford to miss in missed work hours. And yeah, I just wanted to close by saying that As far as the question of immune debt goes, either masks are preventing children from catching developmentally appropriate common colds, or masks don't work to spread the coronavirus. But there's no scenario where masks are preventing children from getting RSV and the common cold, but aren't preventing children from getting coronavirus. You know, I understand both sides of concerns as far as if masks are appropriate, but like either they prevent viruses or they don't. The viruses are all basically the same size. So that's it. Thanks.
Randy B, 406, please unmute your mic and make your public comment.
Yes, my name is Randy Beckstrom. It's Beckstrom. I live out here in Condon, Montana, and we're one of those rural schools. And the comment earlier about the rural kids riding the bus is one of the most unscientific and unlogical reasons to mandate masks on our children that I've ever heard of. There is no science behind that. That to me is almost insulting being a rural living person, that you would single out our kids and say that they are, it makes no sense. That's the most unscientific and unlogical reason to mandate masks on our students. Second off, I want to address the other comment that was made by a trustee that says she doesn't want to bury another child. You guys need to quit pushing your fear of COVID onto these kids. We have not buried a single child in Montana from COVID. We've only had 850 cases of COVID, or 850 deaths in the entire country from COVID, and 0 in Montana. Right? You need to stop pushing your fear of COVID on this. If we're talking about protecting our children, let's talk about the emotional damages that are caused. Suicide, CDC is reporting a 51% increase in suicide attempts by teen girls, right? I have 2 teen girls that are in high school. This last year has been torture on them, not to mention the acne and the facial issues that came from muzzling their faces for the last year during school. My daughter still has scars after a complete summer from the acne that was put on her face because of these masks. None of you guys have talked about the emotional issues that this is causing to our kids. One of the boards says the students don't mind wearing them. I'm wondering, does he even have a student that wears them? Because I have 2 that hate wearing them and have suffered tremendously from wearing them. And so I absolutely am against mandated masks. This should be a choice for parents in a place where I am rural and this is not affecting us, right? This should be my choice of what I do with my child. And if this is mandated on my child, I will pull my kid out of public school and we'll find another means of it. And you guys have been presented with the information that more harm is being caused by these masks than we know from this Delta variant or even COVID, yet we still want to mandate this. So you are knowingly making a decision to endanger and potentially hurt our children for something that is a possible threat that we have no information about or very little information about, yet all the reports and studies out there are showing psychological, emotional, and physical effects from mandating masks and muzzling our kids. And so I'm going to leave it at that we are watching. Elections are coming up, and the election and the results of this vote will be heard and seen. Thank you for your time.
Timothy Mitchell, please unmute your mic and make your public comment.
Hi guys, my name is Timothy Mitchell, Mitchell. I have a 5-year-old who's going to be starting kindergarten this upcoming year. I'm also a physician and I've been working on the front lines of this pandemic since March of 2020. A couple of things that I just want to bring up. One, August 5th, the American Academy of Pediatrics recently came out for a recommendation of universal masking. The Delta variant has been a total curveball into what we've been expecting with how things were going. And we're seeing significant increases across the country in pediatric hospitalizations. And one of the things that commenters have brought up throughout this conversation is death rates. You're right. We haven't thankfully seen many deaths of kids across the country, and thankfully none in Montana. However, there is long COVID. We don't know what long COVID is going to do to our kids. We don't know what long COVID is going to do to our general population. There is significant data that has shown that masking does reduce the spread of COVID throughout the public school system. There's a recent article, the recent paper from the ABC Science Collaborative from the Joint Legislative Education Oversight Committee in North Carolina, in conjunction with Duke, that it's shown that masking reduces the risk of spread across schools. Vaccination is the best way to prevent COVID-19, but universal masking also significantly reduces the risk of spread of this disease. We have studies from Utah, from Missouri, from Wisconsin that have shown that transmission rates of coronavirus were low when schools enforced mask mandates. When voluntary masking has been put into school districts, there has been a significant increase in days missed because of quarantines, and leading to these districts to reinstate mask mandates. I'm very much in favor of universal masking from K through 12. Thank you.
Ty, please unmute your mic and make your public comment.
Thank you very much. Hi, my name is Ty, Thai, last name Williams, Williams, and I come to you in two roles. First, I teach a special education class at Hawthorne Elementary School, and in particular, I teach students in kindergarten through second grade. Therefore, none of my students will be vaccinated. I'd like to remind the board of two things about many students with disabilities. One, most students with disabilities were not able to receive full services during remote learning. Therefore, it was not an effective model for most students with disabilities. Two, in MCPS, we have many students with disabilities who are at a higher risk if they were to contract COVID. Given that a marginalized population for whom remote learning was not effective, and many of whom are at a higher risk should they contract COVID, MCPS has an obligation to protect students to the greatest extent within its ability. Now, I'll speak to you as the mother of a 9th grader at Hellgate who has asthma. Due to his asthma, my son chose to attend MOA in order to stay safe last year. His choice. He did great first semester. However, second semester, even though MOA staff was phenomenal, his grades started to drop. He became disengaged, and we saw the emotional effects of a child, an only child in isolation during a pandemic. Remote learning was no longer effective for him. After being vaccinated, prior to the rise of COVID cases due to the Delta variant, my son was able to reconnect with friends, and we saw him come back to life. He was happy again. He has chosen to go back to school in person this year. He needs it, and we support him in that decision, but he still has asthma. The vaccine isn't 100% effective. If he catches COVID, he is at a higher risk, given that remote learning was not effective for him. He has a right and a need to attend in person, and MCPS has an obligation to protect him to the greatest extent within its ability. I ask that you require masks be worn by students, staff, volunteers, visitors, etc., until we're able to watch the Delta variant longer and see what the outcome of staff and students returning to school is. That is what I and the CDC at this time, along with our other COVID safety protocols, believe is the greatest extent within your ability. Thank you for all you've done during the pandemic. I really appreciate it. I would also like to say to one trustee asked how much time students would have without mask. I am a teacher. They will come to school. They will be without mask at breakfast. They will go to academics. They will have recess. They will have lunch. They will have recess. They will have academics. There are 3 recesses a day: lunch, breakfast, and snacks. That's 6 times without any other breaks that they will be without mask in a day. Thank you.
Casey Ballou, go ahead and unmute your mic and make your public comment.
Hey there, Casey Ballou, K-A capital C, 2 small e's, B-A-L-L-O-U. I'm the president of the Missoula Education Association. And I have to say that I'm very impressed with the teacher bladders that y'all have. You're doing a great job. Thank you for listening to everything. Thanks for moving to follow the administrative recommendation to mandate masks K-12. And thank you for wading through all of this, the information, opinions, beliefs, and all of the feelings. Thanks too for coming back to the question that drives the work that we're all here together to do. How do we make sure that all of our students are safe in school and learning this year? That's what it's at the heart of what you do as school board members, what we do as teachers, admin, parents, and the community. We make tough decisions with the best knowledge and expert advice we have to ensure that our students can be safe and learning in our classrooms. As a middle school teacher, seeing 150 students in my classroom each day in groups of 30, every hour of every school day brings strong views, opinions, and feelings on what we should and shouldn't do and the best way to make things happen. Each of those amazing students comes from a family that loves them and trusts that we make the best call each time we're asked to, that we keep kids learning, happy, engaged, and safe at each turn. You're doing that this evening for our 10,000 students. You're providing that framework for us. You're doing it knowing that they will be in those groups of 30 students, moving to 7 different classrooms a day, learning with and from the amazing teachers, educators, and staff, eating and playing with their friends at lunch and recess, sharing stories on their bus rides and walks. And you're doing this for those 1,200 teachers and staff members, some of whom teach, serve, sing, and interact with upwards of 500 students each and every week, some traveling each day to 3, 4, or 5 schools. You are helping to make sure that we have a safe and sustainable school year, that we are healthy and able to come to in-person teaching and learning. When it comes to these safety decisions, we follow professional expert guidance, which this year means that we start the year with masks. Thank you so much.
Katie D. Grand-Perdue, please unmute your mic and make your public comment.
Hello, thank you. Can I get a thumbs up that everyone can hear me? I'm sorry, this new version of Zoom is a little confusing to me. Thank you. Yes, my name is Katie DeGrandpre, last name spelled D-E, capital G-R-A-N-D-P-R-E. I'm a Spanish teacher in the district, and I want to say that I support universal mask mandate K through 12. I teach in a high school, and I'm a foreign language teacher, so I was really worried about masks and the communication barrier that they might create when we went into our fall last year, knowing that beginner language learners need to see how the mouth moves, and worrying that I wouldn't be able to understand my students. And none of that ended up really happening. Communication happened really well. Communication happened fully, even in a foreign language during pandemic learning. And so I wanted to speak to the fact that masks were not a barrier to that, even in a foreign language. And what was a barrier, unfortunately, was the fact that we had so little time face-to-face together, which is really important in any subject, but specifically in foreign language. And I would really hate to see cases surge as a result of increased or no masking. I would really hate to see a lot of my students out in those really, really, really valuable first few days and few weeks of school because of being in quarantine as a result of not wearing masks. That's all I have to say tonight. I know this is hard. Thank you all for being here and for your very thoughtful comments. I appreciate it.
Megan, go ahead and unmute your mic and make your public comment.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate getting the opportunity to talk this evening. I find it extremely important that we do not mask our children for a variety of reasons. As we have heard from just about everybody, there's one study that's for, one study that's against, one statistic that is for, one statistic that is against. It doesn't matter. We can prove everything either way we want based on statistics. One of the trustees made a comment about not wanting to see a child die because of COVID. I don't want to see a child die because of suicide. And the masks have created such mental issues with our children. And we talk about the long-term effects of possible COVID, but we don't know the long-term effects of masking and what that's going to take for our kids. We don't have years to wait to figure out whether or not masking at this age is so detrimental to them that they take their own life. I know you don't want that on your conscience just as much as I don't want that on mine. I am a parent of a child and I want the medical right, the medical choice from my family. Don't take that away from me. You don't want me choosing for your child, so don't choose for mine. Let that be my choice. Let me give my child every aspect thing available to them to succeed, to grow old. I don't want to see my child die because he is depressed, angry, frustrated, irritated, sad, that he can't see his friend's face, that he can't see his teacher's face. He saw an entire teacher's face twice last year, twice without a mask. How sad and pathetic is that? These are people that are trying to teach our children good things. I want good things for your children. I want good things for mine. Please do not mandate this. It is our parent right to take care of and make medical decisions for our children. I'm not making medical decisions for yours. Don't make them for mine. Thank you.
Katie Coos, please unmute your mic and make your public comment.
Hi there. So I just wanted to start off, I've kind of changed my comment a few times listening to everyone else. But if we do mandate masks, that is with the thought that we will have less quarantine days of our students. I had a personal conversation with Rob about this, as well as hearing this sentiment over and over and over with the board. I quickly just want to read the quote from the CDC website that says, in the K through 12 indoor classroom setting, the close contact definition excludes students who are within 3 to 6 feet of an infected student. If both the infected student and the exposed students correctly and consistently wore well-fitting masks the entire time. In 6 to 8 hour classroom days, I can guarantee you not kindergartners, not fourth graders, not middle schoolers, and not high schoolers are wearing their masks correctly and consistently, well-fitting the entire time. I know that you know that to be fact as well. So if this is the one reason that we think that we can save kids days from being in quarantine, this is absolutely false. Our kids will not be wearing masks the entire time. Mask breaks, lunch in the lunchroom, these things negate this. Breakfast, snack time, these all these times without mask negates this rule. So therefore that makes that premise completely false. I also just want to reiterate, there are 0 COVID deaths in kids in the state of Montana, 0. I'm an emergency room nurse. I have been in COVID rooms for the last year and a half, full garb, full PPE, dealing with sick, dying patients who can't touch their family members. Like, I am absolutely on the front lines, touching these people's hands as they're dying. And I am completely opposed to masking our children because in the school setting, they are just not necessary. We have in the state of Montana every year between 1 to 3 influenza deaths every single year. If one death from COVID is too many, then apparently we're going to be masking our kids for the entirety of their lives. If that's the case, we need to know that now so we can pull our children out of public schools. As far as suicides go, in 2000, we had 26 adolescent suicide deaths in our state. In the most recent data is from 2018, there were 46. It has increased steadily every single year. If we truly cared about kids' lives, we would put our money where our mouth is. We would stop arguing over masks and we would start finding solutions to kids' mental health. Thank you.
Katie, can you spell your name for us?
Yep, it's Katie, Katie, and last name is Kutz.
Thank you. Angie Palin, can you spell your name and make your public comment?
Hi, my name is Angie Palin, Palin. I'm a third grade teacher in Missoula, and I thank you all for meeting tonight and staying here for so long. I want to encourage you. A lot of people have spoken tonight. Please consider voting for the mask mandate. It's always easier to go to repeal it back instead of trying to enforce it. The Delta variant is rapid and on the rise. This past year, I did not get any colds. Usually I get at least 6 or 7 colds a year, which lead either to bronchitis or something else. I had 0 colds. I just encourage you to please have the mask mandate. Again, it's for 6 weeks. We can see after people have come back from summer vacations, if they've been to a hot spot, how it's going. Again, thank you for your time. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Tom McClintock, please unmute your mic and make your public comment and spell your name.
Thank you very much. Tom and then McClintock, MCCLINTOCK. Unfortunately, masks and vaccines have become a political issue in this country, and it seems there are a lot of people speaking tonight who wish to peddle disinformation and push a viewpoint that masks are somehow worse than a disease that has killed, at minimum, 618,000 people in this country, which is more than World War II, Korea, and Vietnam combined. They have said that nearly no children have died of this, but somehow any children dying is okay. The reality is this: until children 12 and under are eligible for vaccination, we need to keep mandatory masking up for children, teachers, and staff in our schools, at least to start the year. We can revisit this issue as a community in a later board meeting, and I'm happy to see that the board has built that into the draft proposal being debated tonight. I've heard speakers before me try and confuse the issue, saying that masks aren't completely effective and therefore must be totally ineffective. They've tried to throw out old data saying that children are, quote, 99.9% unlikely to catch COVID and that it's, quote, relatively harmless. But let's look at some recent data. From a recent report by NPR, also reported on by CBS and others, new state level data analyzed by the American Academy of Pediatrics and the Children's Hospital Association shows that children accounted for roughly 15% of all newly reported COVID cases across the nation for the week ending August 5th. Nearly 94,000 cases of COVID-19 were recorded during that period, a 31% increase over the roughly 72,000 cases reported a week earlier. In the week before then, there were 39,000 new child cases. From CBS News, one urgent care nurse practitioner, Justin Gill, said, quote, "With the Delta variant, we are seeing some younger people, even vaccinated and unvaccinated, but the vast majority of cases who get hospitalized tend to be unvaccinated individuals. Mask use, specifically in schools where you have a large number of unvaccinated children, potentially is a common sense step to help us get us over the pandemic," unquote. A logic to rebut the arguments that somehow masks are bad for mental health, a longitudinal study of mask wearing of 11,000 participants by the University of Edinburgh found that adherence to face covering guidelines had no association with poorer mental health. The team also found that people who wore masks consistently had better mental health than those who did not. Hence, the study offers evidence to suggest that wearing face coverings or masks will not negatively impact mental health. The study also found that the odds of feeling anxious were 58% lower among those who always wore their masks. The likelihood of experiencing depressive symptoms was 25% lower among those who wore their masks most of the time. Lastly, the odds of feeling lonely were 67% lower among those who always wore their masks. Lastly, I want to ask something of both this board and those on the call in the community. If we do not require masks and just one child catches and suffers long COVID lasting months with symptoms possibly lasting years, or God forbid, dies from this terrible disease, will that have been worth your oh so sacred choice to not be marginally inconvenienced by mask wearing? Let's keep our kids safe, shall we? Thank you.
Charlotte Creekmore, please unmute your mic, spell your name, and make your public comment.
My name is Charlotte Creekmore, Creekmore. I'm a primary care provider in the community. I think my daughter's wanting to talk for a minute and a half of my time, so I have no idea what she's going to say. I'm unrehearsed on this as well. I want to say that the phase 3 plan that I read in the email made me feel immediately safe as a parent and like someone with medical experience had actually and thoughtfully put it together, and I appreciate that. I'd like to say that it followed the CDC, the AAP, and the WHO recommendations for universal masking for K through 12. I don't think it's really a question if we're masking or not. It is a recommendation by all of the major medical players in the country. And just like every single medical provider practices treatment and practice guidelines, even if they are a more holistic provider or more alternative provider, we still go by those treatment and practice guidelines. And there are treatment and practice guidelines for the schools laid out by the CDC and AAP. And I think you guys have done a wonderful job putting it together. I believe that this is a public health issue. I'm so into parent choice. Anyone that knows me as a provider knows that. I'd like to say this is a public health issue. And I think we're doing a good job keeping everyone well with the plan and moving ahead for universal masking in K through 12, and your plan feels really good to me as a mom and as a provider in family practice. My daughter would like to speak.
Hello, my name is Nevica McCarvel, that's MCCARVEL, and I'm headed into my sophomore year of high school. I will be wearing my mask whether or not we decide with it overall, even though I am COVID vaccinated. I am incredibly extroverted and love being around people. However, the idea of being so immature as to put others and myself at risk of COVID, whether causing severe later issues or not, just seems outright wrong. To see the adults of Montana, as well as their children, push against masks so hard is terrifying and makes me deeply disappointed in you all. Let's keep our masks on and our children safe, and our teachers. Thank you for your time.
And we didn't collaborate on this together. We pretty much came to the table after doing yard work. Thanks everyone for putting a heartfelt just mind, voice, time into all of this. And everyone, I guess, even watching, take a deep breath, shrug your shoulders. It seems like it's been a little stressful today. I feel stressed even watching this. Thank you for the supportive plan, everyone.
Nans, please unmute your mic, spell your name, and make your public comment.
Hi, my name is Nancy Dunn Byington. I just want to start with thank you very much for sticking with this and for all the work that you've done to date. This is what I want you to know. I have multiple advanced degrees in biomedical and behavioral sciences. And that means that I know enough to know that for a public health response to a global pandemic of a novel virus, I will look with respect to the CDC and the AAP and international research bodies. I am not at all tempted to put my 40 years as a healthcare provider to expect myself with all of that experience to out-analyze the research minds at that level. I want to note that people who argue against universal face coverings with intelligent accommodations for exceptions are revealing a misunderstanding of the basic principles of public health. In fact, to impact public health, we need to join as a mutually respectful community. It is a circumstance which, by definition, means that individual rights would oppress out of existence any hope of managing public health effectively. None of the other details under discussion this evening actually matter without this fundamental reality addressed up front. I am in support of universal face coverings with intelligent management for 6 weeks of data gathering. I also want to suggest to the very deeply loving and emotional parents this evening who are worried about their kids' emotional health, remember what you are teaching them at home is what they are afraid of and what they are in celebration of. I do not understand why our community is not seeing this pandemic as an opportunity to come together as heroes together and for each other. All of this individual rights stuff makes me actually very sad, and I hope we steer this ship in a slightly different direction and unite as a community for each other and trust the scientists. Thank you.
Nan, can
Yes.
you spell your name for us?
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. Nan like Nancy, N-A-N, and Dunn is D-U-N-N-E.
Thank you. So we're going to go ahead and take the 21 attendees that are still have left to make public comment, and then we will be closing it out after that. So next up, we have info@epicllc.net. Please go ahead and unmute your mic and make your public comment. Info, are you there? Or we'll move on. Erin Corella, please unmute your mic and spell your name.
Hi, yes, it's Erin Correa, C-O-R-R-E-I-A. Thank you all. I know this is a long night and just one more comment in the list. But I appreciate the plan you've put together. It was well thought out. I thought it read like the research had been done and that you were putting thought into both sides. We're not putting a permanent plan in place. We are trying to get the best data to make the decision that's right for our kids. Right now, vaccines are not available for K-5 kids, K-6 kids, so I don't have parental choice. You can make the choice to not mask your child, but that doesn't affect your child, that affects my child who has an underlying condition and now can't go to school because she can't be vaccinated and her neighbors aren't kind enough to wear a mask. And so I think putting that in place just ensures that all children have a safe place where they can learn until their parents have a choice to better protect them. And to give parents that opportunity, I think, is so incredibly important. I don't think we should mandate your child gets that vaccine. That's your choice. That's a medical choice. A mask is not a medical choice. A mask is a slight inconvenience for the sake of a neighbor. And while someone said, we're Montanans and we put our community first and we should trust our neighbors to make the right decisions. Oh, how I wish that was true and that we could. But let's look at Missoula, who has provided the perfect test community for that over the past several weeks. Just over 50% of our community is vaccinated. People who are not vaccinated have been encouraged to mask to protect their neighbors. When you go to the grocery store, do you see 49% of people wearing masks? I certainly don't. If we could trust our neighbors to make those decisions, they'd be making them right now. We certainly can't trust them when they don't want to take that step for themselves, to take that step for their children. My children love wearing their masks. They wear it as a game. We have them put it on their stuffed animals. And so I think what Nan said is very true. What you teach your children at home about the masks will be reflected in how they feel about them. And I really hope you'll choose to protect the children until we can choose to better protect them with vaccines as parents. Like someone else said, sure, everybody is watching, and I appreciate that you took the time to read all of those comments and to tally them. And 4-1 is what you saw in that. And I feel like that's been reflected, even adding the 20, 30 negative comments tonight about your proposal. You're still probably about 4-1. And so I hope you hear the majority and you support the kids. Thank you.
Crystal Tower, please unmute your mic, spell your name, and make your public comment.
Hello, my name is Crystal Thompson Tower, THOMPSON-TOWER. Trustees, Dr. Watson, and MCPS COVID Task Force, thank you for your work regarding this difficult decision. I'm an MCPS counselor. I'm also the parent of a medically fragile 6-year-old. Allowing parental choice regarding masking creates safety issues for more vulnerable children and compromised family members. Let's not create a scenario where we determine freedom of choice supersedes the well-being of children and compromised family members. Taking a 6-week period to collect more information regarding MCPS community and revisiting this choice regarding masks is a proactive measure. I fully support starting our school year wearing masks. This move likely gives our youngest students opportunity to be vaccinated before full exposure at school occurs. Thank you for listening. Thank you for caring about students, staff, and families.
Tyler Smith, please unmute your mic, spell your name, and make your public comment.
Yes, my name is Tyler Smith, TYLERSMITH. And my problem with this, and I feel that, people say there's just two sides to this. What I think that is you don't involve the students. I have a son that's in high school and I have a son that's in junior high. My junior high son's experience last year was terrible. He did not enjoy it at Meadow Hill. He did not want to wear a mask and his voice is not heard. Then I have a son that's at high school that's not enjoying his high school experience. So I'm worried about them. I worry about what about their voice? Do they not have a voice in this? And then, you're talking about the 10,000 students, and I do appreciate all the things that the teachers do, very much so. But I do talk to a lot of teachers, and there's some that are for the mask mandates and there's some that are against it, but they're not allowed to voice their opinion, fear for that they're going to get in trouble for it. Look at what's going to go on in our community here over the next week. You got the Guns N' Roses concert, 20,000 people rolling into town. You got the fair right next door that's going to go on. Yeah, no mask mandates for them. Kettle House is doing concerts. 5 out of the next 10 days, you're going to have concerts, 4,500 people maxed out at those type of things. So, the public health, where's the Missoula County Board of Health last year? They were deeply involved in every decision that was going on in our schools. So it's very, it's unorganized, I feel. And the universal mask, the one size fits all routine. I hear some of them, the gentleman that was a physician, I have a kid who's going to be in kindergarten. You can't compare your kindergartner to my high school kid, who, has been vaccinated. And my son that's in junior high is on the fence about getting vaccinated. It's his choice. But I do think that it is important that fact that it's not just two sides. What about the kids? I don't appreciate how this meeting was done tonight, where they turned around and said, well, we're going to kind of go to do the Zoom thing. We feel we didn't have enough parking and enough space. You know what? We just spent a buttload of money updating these schools. You could have moved this meeting over to Sentinel High School. Plenty of parking at Sentinel High School. And how about some dialogue? How about you talk to the parents? This point of not having some dialogue back and forth upsets and frustrates the parents. So I think that you need to realize it's not just two sides. It is very political, but there's another side to this. It's the students, and Mr. Watson, have you gone and talked to them? Have you gone and talked to some of the high school kids and asked them, gone into the room and given them a voice? because it's important. And the experience for my son in junior high and my son that's in high school, I already have 3 kids that are out of the school system. I don't believe that they're getting the quality experience. And this one size fits all routine is ridiculous. And that part of it, I disagree with. I do appreciate your time and I appreciate everything that you guys do.
Lori D. Johnson, please unmute your mic and spell your name.
Hello, my name is Lori Dulemba Johnson, Dulemba Johnsson. Hello, I am a parent of a kid in Missoula County Public School, elementary school. I'm also a registered nurse. I've worked in neonatal intensive care, pediatrics, and pediatric intensive care for 20 years. Suffice it to say, I have seen a lot. I also support a lot of choices that families make for their kids. In this case, I do support following the American Academy of Pediatrics recommendations regarding COVID-19 guidance for safe schools. Those guidelines are well thought out, they're comprehensive, they're easily found on the internet, and I think they're worth checking out and giving a look to. Currently, those guidelines involve universal masking for our schools, and that is a policy that I support implementation of for the start of this school year. Thank you for your work and consideration of my 2 cents. Have a good night.
H.A. Lisa Gunther, please unmute your mic, spell your name, and make your public comment.
My name is Lisa Gunther, Lasaguenther. I am a paraeducator at Hawthorne Elementary. I work in K2 resource. And I wanted to share with the board something that occurred last year during the day at school in kindergarten. We noticed immediately, the kindergarten teacher and myself, within the first couple of weeks of school, that the masks prohibited the students from seeing us forming letters and seeing how the sound is formed. So we immediately, I put my visor on, hold my mask down so the children could see my mouth movement while the teacher said the letter name. That way we avoided any kind of delay in learning or any kind of excuse that might come up that masks were creating conflict or difficulty with learning phonics. That didn't happen. We also got to work one-on-one with students. We had shields between us. We would take our masks down so that they could see the formation of the letters. It's critically important in kindergarten and first grade that they see the formation of the letters, they know what it looks like, and we accomplished that. So I want to give all of my kindergarten and first grade teachers in the district a pat on the back and a round of applause because we accomplished that. And as Rob showed the data earlier, our scores did not fall below. We did not have failing scores. And even kids were in school more because masks created a barrier for colds, the flu, pretty much everything. So I would just really like to thank the Board of Trustees and Rob for your incredible leadership this year. And last year, Rob, for you, it was hard, I'm sure, but we need to keep our children safe. I'm not a parent. I don't have any skin in the game. I'm here to keep your kids safe. I'm going to wear my mask every day, and I'm going to make a game of it with the students and the kindergartners that I work with. Sure, they have their masks down around their nose and they eat them, but isn't that my job and your job to teach them how to wear it correctly as we teach our children how to do everything in life? Thank you, and I support the mask required for K through 12.
Rob Stenger, please unmute your mic, spell your name, and make your public comment.
Hello, everyone. My name is Rob Stenger, Stenger. I am a physician here in Missoula. I'm also the physician member of the Missoula City County Board of Health. I would like to emphasize that I'm not speaking on behalf of the Board of Health, although I strongly suspect that all of the members of your Board of Health would agree with what I have to say. I am definitely in support of the proposed mask mandate, and I'd just like to make a few very quick points. One is that the COVID that we're dealing with now is not the same COVID that we were dealing with last fall, and it's an uncertain time. And the emerging evidence, if you look at places like Florida and Louisiana, is that this is a different virus in children than what we were dealing with. Hospitalizations and morbidity in kids in those areas is up. We don't know how much, but it is a definite concern. The other thing I would say is that anybody right now that is telling you this is a black and white issue and there's a clear answer on one side or the other, I think is not a good student of medicine and public health. This is hard and there's tons of gray. And in medicine, when there is tons of gray, and in public health, when there's tons of gray, we turn to organizations that look at the balance of the evidence, look at all of the studies. They don't cite one doctor or one study or one paper, they look at everything. And that's why you hear people in favor of the mask mandate talking about what the CDC recommends and what the American Academy of Pediatrics recommends, and not what one study recommends. And we follow something called the precautionary principle. When there's gray and when there's uncertainty, we err on the side of safety until we have more data. And I think that's what this mask mandate would do in the beginning of the school year. Finally, I'd just like to say I'm a parent of a 7th grader at Washington and a starting freshman at Hellgate. We talked about this over dinner earlier this week, and I asked them how they felt about returning to school with masks, and they said they're both vaccinated, and they said, "Dad, if that is the rule and that is what's right for our community, that's what we'll do." And I think we have the message to the ability to send that message to our students and our community. Thanks.
Elizabeth Williams, please unmute your mic, spell your name, and make your public comment.
Hi, good evening. My name is Elizabeth Williams, Williams. Board of Trustees, thank you for all you do. I know it's late. Thank you for powering through this tonight. I don't envy the position you're in, honestly, and the decision that you have before you. I have a really great respect and a lot of gratitude for you all. I'm a parent of 2 elementary children in the district. I am an epidemiologist, and I am a former middle school and high school mathematics teacher. So I deeply understand the importance of children being in school 5 days a week for full days. As a parent and as a former teacher, I see the value in that from both perspectives, and I want my children to be in school as much as possible. As an epidemiologist, I know that the best and most realistic way we do this right now is to move forward with universal masking, at least for the first 6 weeks of the school year. Once transmission begins to take off, it's very difficult to curb the spread. That is the nature of exponential growth, and this variant is much more transmissible than what we were dealing with a year ago. It is much easier to control the spread of a virus like this before it gets out of control. That said, I also understand the concerns about mental health that have been voiced tonight. And I also am really concerned about the mental health epidemic occurring in our nation. I lost my own father to suicide. This is not something I take lightly. And I even heard some of the anti-masking voices acknowledge that isolation is known to contribute to mental health issues. And the way that we avoid increased isolation is by controlling the spread of this virus by implementing universal masking. So I am fully in support of this mandate, and thank you again for all that you do.
Matthew Rich, please unmute your mic, spell your name, and make your public comment.
Hi, my name's Matt. I'm a parent of 2 kids in the public school system.
Matt, M-A-T-T, Rich, R-I-C-H. So guys, I gotta ask, are masks really that upsetting to your kids? Like, how traumatic is Halloween for them? I know my kids are about as bothered by wearing masks as they are bothered by wearing pants, which granted is occasionally a problem, which is understandable. After working from home from this past year, I get sad when I have to wear pants too. It's a bit of fabric, folks. Pretty sure if masks haven't killed doctors for the decades they've been wearing them, our kiddos will be fine. I'm pretty sure our kids are going to be a bit more psychologically damaged when they throw a clot in their lungs and lose their track scholarship. Pretty sure kids might be more depressed when a friend doesn't come back from quarantine. The children's hospitals in heavily affected areas are full, guys. This does affect kids. We need to stop pretending that Delta does not affect kids. The children's hospitals are full. Not in Montana yet. Let's get ahead of it. Let's send our kids to school with both pants and a mask. Thank you.
Josh, please unmute your mic, spell your name, and make your public comment.
My name is Josh Decker, Joshdecker. I'm a parent of an ascending freshman at Hellgate High School. I support the K-12 mask mandate. I don't have a lot of time to do tons of research on these topics, and I'm really glad that I can put my full faith into a board of elected officials that do have the time to seek expert advice, do the research, make appropriate decisions that affect the health of our community and the health of my child. A lot of talk about the flu tonight. One of the things that stands out for me is pediatric flu death statistics over the last several years. 2019-2020 flu season pediatric deaths around 195 nationwide. In 2020-2021 flu season pediatric deaths dropped to 1. And in the article that I'm referencing, American Academy of Pediatrics Infectious Diseases Committee member Flor Munoz says, I think that the obliteration of the flu epidemic, which was seen globally, tells us that the way influenza is transmitted from one person to another might really have been impacted by the use of masks more than anything else. And, you know, it's not necessarily apples to apples, but in my mind, you know, that's one statistic that I'm able to grab onto. And, you know, if you can cut a mortality rate to 0.5% of what it was, then this is a justified ask for our community. And I really appreciate the thoughtful efforts on behalf of the board to consider all appropriate information in making this decision. Thanks.
Anna Beard, please unmute your mic, spell your name, make your public comment.
My name is Anna Beard, A-N-A-B-E-A-R-D. I just wanted to take a moment to thank the folks who have spent so much time and energy in trying to make informed decisions based on science and CDC recommendation, as well as for inviting a variety of voices to the table throughout this entire process. I am a single parent of a child with medical needs, and while most other children may walk away from the virus unscathed, I can't answer what kind of effects this virus may have on my own child. I only know that her rare medical condition means that our ERs aren't capable of treating my child for even the most basic of illnesses. My child may be one of your children's friends. They stayed home this last year as a sacrifice to do our part for our community health. This isn't a political issue, it's a community issue. And here's the thing, it's for 6 weeks. Why is this such an issue to keep our friends and children and neighbors safe for 6 weeks? Why can't we buy ourselves a little time to be able to critically look at our community spread with the Delta variant as we return to school? So much of this we don't know, and no one is harmed by 6 weeks of slowing down to collect data. If the folks here who have spoken up for parental choice are so sure that we are at the tail end of the pandemic, then I ask them, can't you wait 6 weeks to prove us wrong? I hope you're right. I hope we don't see an increase in COVID numbers, but can't you compromise and allow your children to mask at school to keep them within reach of their friends a little longer? Or keep them home for 6 weeks till MCPS figures out the stance for the year? We had to do it last year too. MOA was inaccessible for children with special needs. It was not an equitable option for the children who are at increased risk. And it's not fair that they have to be the ones to stay home. My children's education faced regressions, and they were unable to participate in most accommodations typically available to them to access a fair and sufficient education. I cannot afford childcare to keep them home, especially when you factor in one of their health needs. Lastly, for the parents who here tonight who feel that their children's skincare is more detrimental to their emotional health than COVID may be to my medically complex child, I just have one last hot tip. Benzoyl peroxide and salicylic acid are your teenager's best friends. Honestly, I'm shocked this is the first time you've had to deal with acne.
Jerome H., please unmute your mic, spell your name, and make your public comment.
Hi, my name's Jerem Hein, Jaromhein. I'm a parent of a couple kids in the school district, and I am in support of universal masking. The data is clear from the organizations that spend billions and billions of dollars a year. So I trust them over a Google search and a couple studies. I think the proposed mandate for 6 weeks is a really good compromise. I understand that there's no one size fits all. I sympathize with those in rural areas that feel this may be a little heavy-handed, but it's only 6 weeks. It seems like an easy ask. I have a high-risk child at home, so I worry about my kids bringing COVID home, as well as myself and my wife. So I mask, and I'm vaccinated, and I've masked throughout, and it's easy to do. I appreciate you taking all this time to listen to all these comments. I know everybody's had a rough 18 months, but I think we're getting close to where we need to be. And 6 weeks, it seems like a very good middle road, and then reassess. Thank you.
Ashley Hillard, please unmute your mic, spell your name, and make your public comment.
Yeah, this is Ashley Hilliard. Can you all hear me? Yeah, okay. I got nervous.
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. I'm calling in a little bit different tonight, sorry. Hilliard is Hilliard. And I wanted to thank all of you for your time, and also wanted to thank the task force members. I know that they've been working on this for a long time, and I appreciate the thoughtfulness that the district has been in building that task force, and especially with the inclusion that Rob mentioned in building up BIPOC, especially Indigenous members of that task force, so that they were properly represented. I wanted to speak in support of masking, especially for these first 6 weeks. One thing that I didn't hear come up is peer pressure, that kids may, if we leave the choice up to the kids, really in the end, it's the kids, they're going to get to school and they're going to look at their friends, and I think it would be safe to say that anybody who is here tonight saying that we should leave the decision up to their parents and not encourage universal masking may be considering not encouraging their children to wear masks. So they're going to look at all their friends and they're going to say, well, I don't want to be the odd man out. I feel that way right now as an adult walking through the store and walking through my place of work and through campus. I feel like the odd man out when I have my mask on and nobody else does. And so I think we need to acknowledge that there's going to be a peer pressure factor here. And what is that going to do to kids' mental health to introduce that factor right now? I think that we need to review the fact that peer-reviewed evidence over and over again supports the use of masking, and that there haven't yet been any studies that control for the factor of isolation in studying the harm of masking. So it's difficult to say if masking is harmful because it's a mask or if it's harmful because it's happening in the middle of COVID. We're tired. This is an exhausting process for all of us. No matter what your opinion or side on this is, it's exhausting. And I think we need to give all of the people here tonight, our family, our friends, a little bit more grace in acknowledging that we are burned out, we are tired, and we're doing the best we can. I think it's also important to understand that the adult attitudes are what our kids are going to pick up on most. I'm a divorced parent, and it is my job as a divorced parent to make sure that my kids understand that I support their dad in being their parent, and that any personal feelings I may have about him is absolutely not my place to discuss those anywhere near them. That my job is to support them. And I think that we need to look at all of the different levels of parenting in this same way, that we need to support our kids in developing healthy community health standards. I think it's also important that we build in this masking for all the reasons that were just mentioned. There's a ton of community events happening in the next few weeks, and we don't know exactly what's going to happen.
Please wrap it up.
And I think that was it. I'm sorry. I was looking at my notes and now it's time. I'm done. Thank you all so much.
Thank you. Mary Lindez, please unmute your mic, spell your name, and make your public comment.
My name is Mary Lines, Lyndes, and I'm a teacher at Franklin and an instructional coach for the district. And I want to say that I wholeheartedly support the CDC and the AAP because they're the experts. I also want to say that I have two compelling reasons for supporting masks. Number one, the kids that I worked with, the kids at our school, if everybody's wearing them, it's not a big deal. They wore their masks and it was the norm and they were happy and they were safe. And I think that that's important. We're the adults and we are supposed to help them know when it's to be safe. And the other point that I want to make is that I'm a teacher and I'm charged with keeping kids safe. You send your kids to me at school and my job is to make sure they're safe in every way, shape, and form. And for at least the first 6 weeks, if not longer, wearing a mask is a logical way for me to keep them safe. And that is what I firmly believe that we should do. It's been a long night. Thank you.
Jen B, please unmute your mic, spell your name, and make your public comment.
Hi, thank you. My name is Jennifer Balitz, and the last name is B as in boy, ELITZ. And I know you cannot answer questions tonight, but I am going to throw out some questions just for you to think about as you move forward. For one, I know that Elizabeth and Russ had mentioned, being in line with parents is to be considered and would be good for compliance. And so one of my questions is, was there ever a parent survey? And what would those results be? I know other schools did survey their parents, and I think that would be a good way to ensure you're looking at everybody's opinion. The other question I have is about the new quarantine guidelines, and I know somebody actually read them verbatim, And they are very specific to the masking being, you know, a well-fitting mask and wearing that mask consistently all the time in order to know who's going to quarantine and who isn't. And so I'm just wondering, what does this actually look like in the classroom? Where does that put the teacher, you know, being a supervisor of, you know, many kids in one classroom, who's to say who has their mask up over their nose and who doesn't? And I just feel like when we look at this younger age group, I know that there is a general consensus that there is an age where they're not really developmentally able to adhere to very strict mask mandates. And I'm just wondering now if you do have a lot of parents that really are worried about the anxiety that their kids may have from strict mask mandates, and then you have a teacher kind of in the middle now wanting to adhere to stricter quarantine guidelines, if this is putting that child now into kind of a tug of war position. I will say my experience with the younger age group is that my experience aligns a lot with Dr. Snyder's comments about, you know, after a few hours, the mask seems to be fairly saturated. Kids like to suck on their masks. And I think it really resembles more wearing a dirty Kleenex on their face than a picturesque, sterile, clean mask. So I think that a lot of our mask guidelines do come from people that are capable of wearing their masks in a sterile way. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Amy L., please unmute your mic, spell your name, and make your public comment.
My name is Amy, and my last name is Live, Live, S as in Sam, AY. I have a petition that we had signed by over 1,100 parents of kids in the Missoula Public Schools who are not in support of the mask mandate for various reasons. Some of them have kids who get migraines when they wear the mask. Some of them have special needs kids who have trouble keeping them on. Some of them have kids who also fall into other medical categories who would be the ones you guys kind of mentioned might not be able to do everything with all the other kids. And then some of them are just parents who would like the choice of what is right for their child or not. And I think from the standpoint of the parents on this side of the issue, if we thought the mask was actually helping keep anyone safe, then we might be in support of it, but we don't believe that. We don't see kids wearing them well. We see them sucking on them and again, not wearing them consistently. And we don't feel like it's an effective means of keeping kids safe, especially when you add in all the other factors that we know there are, as far as like suicide and emotional issues and that kind of thing. So I think sometimes we get shamed into like, people say, well, if you wore the mask, or you're not protecting us by not wearing the mask. And the reality is we don't think that the mask helps at all in relation, especially to children who aren't getting infected at a high rate. So we vehemently oppose the mask mandate and hope that you guys will consider that. We do appreciate all the time tonight. I do know it's late. Thank you.
Andy, please unmute your mic, spell your name, and make your public comment.
Hi there, thank you. My name is Andy Helzel, ANDIHOELZ, as in zebra, EL, pronouns they, them. I appreciate the time tonight and all of the time leading up to this day and this decision that you all are about to make. I am the parent of a soon-to-be senior at Hellgate and a parent of a soon-to-be second grader, hopefully at Lowell Elementary School. My daughter did not go to Lowell last year and has not been inside of her school building since March of her kindergarten year. She participated in and was very successful with the Missoula Online Academy. We were very hopeful that she would return to her school building this year. She loves to learn, so learning outside of the school building is not a challenge, but she is also a social child who really enjoys being with her friends, meeting new teachers, and just being a part of the school environment. However, should there not be a mask mandate for the students, my daughter will not be able to attend school in person this year. The reason for that is because we have worked way too hard over the course of the last year and a half to keep her safe. We have had a small bubble. We have worn our masks everywhere. We have canceled travel and done everything that was recommended to maintain our safety from COVID and my community's safety from COVID, and therefore have kept her safe. It is the new information that we have means that myself and my partner and our senior in high school all being vaccinated is not sufficient to keep my daughter safe. And I am not interested in finding out what the long-term impacts of COVID are on her 7-year-old brain. As I understand it, there are some studies that show that some of those long-term impacts match those of head injuries, which I have personal experience in my family with. And my son continues to exhibit the impacts of multiple concussions. Those are not things that I want my daughter to have to experience if I can in any way protect her. And no, I can't protect her from not having an accident on her bike or skiing or anything like that. But I can protect her from COVID, and so can the community, and so can MCPS, and so can her neighbors and her friends. So I would ask that we have a mask mandate in school, not only at the elementary level, but also at the high school level, because her brother goes to high school and then returns home to her. It's clear now that breakthrough cases of COVID means that he could contract COVID and then transmit it to his sister. So I think this is something that needs to be done across the entire community. It's time that our community decides that just because children under the age of 12 are the only ones remaining in high-risk situations doesn't mean it's time to move on. It means it's time to continue to do the right thing until they can all be safe from COVID. Thank you for your time.
And with our last public comment, we'll have Sam Schmidt. Please go ahead and unmute your mic, spell your name, and make your public comment.
Thank you. Bear with me, my internet goes in and out. My name is Sam Schmidt, SAMSCHMIDT. Thank you for your time, thoughtfulness, and service to our children's public education and safety. It's been interesting to hear others quote recent studies or the experts or use fearful so-called facts as if they are experts in our public health. I'm a healthcare worker and provider. I believe that those who are actual experts in the field should be the ones that MCPS.
Sam, your audio went out. Could you try again?
Until my children are eligible for vaccinations, it is their right to have appropriate and necessary precautions, and that it is everybody under 12 wear a mask. Masks will keep schools safe and open. Kids are resilient and adaptable. They also follow beliefs which their parents share with them. I hear many parents tonight scared, angry, and spreading those values of only taking care of yourself, teaching kids to be selfish, fearful, and putting the few before the whole. That is not American. My grandfather fought 3 wars for America. I guarantee he and his fellow military personnel were very uncomfortable, but their generation was not selfish. They acted for the whole, even though they were the few. It is time we come together for our children and their future, not just to get through, but for the future challenges of climate change that we are seeing all around us, from the forest fires to the climate refugees that are moving to Missoula in drones. We need to start being Americans who you. We need to teach, speak, and act with kindness, humanity, and patriotism for our children and their future. Please do the best for the whole and require masks for those. Let's focus on what we have in common and become a stronger community and a nation. Thank you.
That is the last public comment.
Well, thank you very much. I'd like to thank the moderator for doing a great job, and thanks to all the people that attended and commented, and to the board. I think you're all still with us. We've heard from the administration. We've made a motion. We've had conversations amongst ourselves, and we've listened to public comment. So now it's time to vote on the motion being considered. And again, the motion is that the trustees approve the MCPS face covering guidelines for all K-12 students, with the understanding that the guidelines will be reviewed by the board at the first meeting in October. So because I think we're probably not going to be unanimous here, I'm going to go ahead and do a roll call vote. Trustee Decker.
Yes.
Trustee Mercer.
Yes.
Trustee Gale. Okay, you're muted, but I think it's a no. Okay. Trustee Avgaris.
No, yeah, that's correct. That was a no.
Okay. Trustee Avgaris is a no? Okay. Trustee McDonald.
Yes.
Okay. Trustee Lorenzen is a yes. Trustee Vogel.
No.
Trustee Oldperson.
Yes.
Trustee Wake.
Yes.
So yes. So we have 6 yes and 3 no. Yes, that's correct. Okay. You're forgetting we're a trustee short. Okay, so thank you, everybody. It's 6 in favor, 3 opposed, and so the motion carries. With that, we will adjourn the meeting. Thank you.